Vážení a milí, buďte vítáni na konferenci věnované jednomu významnému výročí.
Dedicated to a very special anniversary, the School of Arts and Crafts that celebrates this significant jubilee this year. Needless to say, the School of Arts and Crafts in various apparitions and stages embodied almost 100, for these 100 years, the only, if not the only one, not the only continuous area of arts education in Brno, which is quite important. It's a phenomenon for the local arts environment. And for us, who have been experiencing this phenomenon, it has been very important when this significant anniversary appeared on the horizon, and that led us to joyfully, critically, and nobly celebrate this continuum. There are many, many colleagues, authors, people who focus on culture in the city, and not only in Brno, who have contributed in an extraordinary way to us being able to begin this reflection focused on the research of this centennial. And therefore, I'm very glad that I can thank all those who participated in this and without whose contribution it wouldn't be possible to gather here today and present to you at least the first attempts for critical look at this centenary of arts, visual arts and crafts in Brno. Today and the following days and the events that are ahead of us have been contributed to significantly by the Ministry of Culture of the Czech Republic, the South Moravian region, the city of Brno, and of course the school itself, and also the College of Arts and Crafts that has also contributed to these lectures and papers being in the character of discovery, etc. I would like to pass the floor to Tomáš, the current headmaster director of the School of Arts and Crafts. Welcome, everyone. The school year 2024-25 will be the year of celebrating the centenary of our school, which is opened by this year's conference, and of course will be followed by many, many other events. I look forward to 2025, when there will be an exhibition here in the House of Arts, also in the House of the Lords of Kunststadt, and also an exhibition that will present the most contemporary works that are created by the students. So I want to invite you to next year's exhibition, and I do hope that we will meet again in autumn 2025. And now I give the floor to Lada Hubatová-Vacková. Thank you very much for arriving in these numbers. First of all, I've been asked by Terezie Petišková from the House of Arts here in Brno, who suggested that this centenary is coming up and we should do something. And she asked me whether I would be interested independently on this In Peters, Tomáš Rybníček and Matěj Říčný and Petr Polášek have also approached me from the school directly, from the secondary school of arts and design, which is still called Šuška in the abbreviation. Because we all know and we truly respect the research that follow up on the works that have taken place in the school and on the Brno cultural and arts platform. I would especially like to mention the publications by Igor Zhoř, Bronislava Gabrielová, Marcela Macharačková, Alena Krkošková, Andrea Březinová, Petr Tomášek, Dagmar Neubauerová. I know that it's a very broadly processed topic and we are truly aware of this. We are still in the process of working on it and we are going to consult and clarify various questions with you, and we will certainly be happy for any comments. I would just briefly like to mention certain projects and publications that has inspired us and to which we will be looking towards. As it's been mentioned, next year in the autumn, in October 25, there will be an exhibition and there should be also a publication that we will participate on, working on. We are going to cooperate with our colleagues from the College of Arts, because there is a grant focused on arts education. And other experts from Brno are, of course, going to participate in creating it, because we need to be rooted, anchored here in Brno, and we do not want to act as some sort of group of people from Prague who will just come and show us how it's done. I do work in Prague, but I want to emphasize that I come from Silesia myself. At this point, I would like to mention the publications that have inspired us to open up the topic in various ways. I would like to mention the publication by Iva Mojžíšová, that you probably know, that focuses on the Bratislava-based School of Applied Arts that existed relatively briefly between 1928 and 1939, and the book was published in 2013. Following up on that, there was quite a large project by Klára Preschneiderová, Sonja de Buneuf, and Simona Berešová. And I'm very glad that Klára Preschneiderová is here with us, and she will also have a lecture that will partly focus on the Bratislava School of Applied Arts, because there are certain ties. And I'm also very glad that a colleague, Maria Ryšková, is here, because she has been moving the project forward to an exhibition. Another publication that has been quite a lead for us in relation to this topic is a book by Alexandra Panzert, who is a young researcher who will speak to us tomorrow, and she focused on the education and reform arts education in Central Europe. The publication is relatively recent and is quite interesting for us, especially because Bauhaus does play a significant role there. But Alexandra Panzert shows that the reform stream was much broader at that time, and it didn't limit itself only to Bauhaus, which is, of course, most visible in the history of arts and design. The last publication, I'm going to mention many more, but the key publications are in front of us now, and there are some inspirational books. There's another book called Haunted Bauhaus by Elisabeth Otto, who follows various contexts of happenings within Bauhaus, inside the school, but also outside it. She looks at various areas on various levels, such as occult spirituality, but also other areas, such as radical politics, in the context of Bauhaus. So, again, methodologically, it's a link that the broader team that we're working on are interested in.
Chtěla bych zmínit, že moc děkuji také Tomáši Rybníčkovi, který se svým týmem pracuje na archivaci podkladů na škole uměleckých řemesel. Díky té archivaci a takové rešeršní práci a na postupně zpracovávané databázi se vlastně daří dohledat velmi cenný fotografický materiál z celé historie školy, takže průběžně vám tady budeme vlastně představovat některé z těch obrázků, tady jenom velmi rychle, jeden z nich z toho nejstaršího období. Řekla bych, že to bude i takové jako veliké vizuální novum a překvapení, co všechno vlastně se podařilo uchránit a ještě se nachází právě na půdě školy. Jinak velmi krátce chci říct pro strukturu té konference. Asi jste si už měli možnost podívat na tu brožurku. Bude to poměrně náročné pro ty, kteří tady budou chtít nebo budou moci zůstat oba 2 dny. Ten první den bude věnovaný 12 příspěvkům a jedné performanci. Budeme tady především tedy domácí kunsthistorický tým, s tím, že samozřejmě budeme dělat pauzy. Počítá se s tím, že budou vždycky 3 příspěvky, pak bude 20-minutová pauza, která umožní vzít si chlebíček, ale zároveň diskutovat ty 3 proběhlé příspěvky. A pak zase budou další 3 příspěvky a tady tenhle rytmus bude vlastně pokračovat až do konce večera. A po performanci, na kterou se všichni moc těšíme a jsme zvědaví, kterou připraví Josef Daněk a Blahoslav Rozbořil, tak bude opět krátká pauza a přemístíme se potom do Káznice, kde bude současná výstava Střední školy umění a designu. Zítra, jak vidíte, už to nebude takový nápor, co se týče frekvence těch příspěvků, ale jsme velmi rádi, že přijali naše pozvání také zahraniční odborníci, z nichž někteří už jsou tady dnes.
Are present here today. And they will be people who will deal with the broader context of the reform schools in arts and crafts. Some presentations some experts will not be here physically. Megan Dorfali, she is in the US of A. She's going to send her presentation online. Wolfgang Teller, he worked in Bauhaus archive. He had to he went for a surgery, but somebody's going to read his presentation. A few more pictures from the school archive. You may be looking forward to these pictures when you can see them in the exhibition opened in autumn next year. We're also grateful for the grant that we received. And in conclusion, I would like to add that the way we're going to deal with individual topics does not mean that we would celebrate all parts of the school. Some presentations want to open some topics critically because
rozhodně se nebude jednat jenom o nějakou glorifikaci stoletého výročí školy, ale bude to právě snaha o nějaké poctivé otevření, odkryté karty.
We want to honestly open the cards, put the cards on the table and deal with all the topics relevant to our Šuřka, the School of Arts and Crafts. Thank you very much. Microphone. Microphone. Yes. We would like to thank the colleagues who participated in the project, and I would also like to thank all our colleagues who work at Šuřka, Tomáš. So let us start. I hope that you will enjoy your stay and you will learn something new. Have a nice day.
Stejný problém jak já, ale už je to dobrý.
I don't think that we need to add anything. I will start with presentations. Have a nice day. I would like to invite Tomáš Zapletal, who will be the first speaker devoted to arts and crafts training before the School of Arts and Crafts was established. Tomáš Zapletal, we know him as a historian who works or deals with the history of culture in the 19th century. He is working at the Masaryk Faculty of Arts in Masaryk and also in Praha. He studied here in Masaryk University in Brno and in University in Berlin. You may know his participation in the publications and like Brno, Moravia, and Manchester, and From Man to Man, Karel Koch and Dušan Jarkovič. The exhibition was in Prague in 2022. Thank you. Thank you for the very flattering introduction. I will start the conference with my presentation on the School of Arts and Crafts. That will not be about the School of Arts and Crafts, but it is being planned and we have agreed on it. I was inspired by this very good history of art schools in Brno, which is an excellent work. This work evoked in me a number of questions that Mr. Zhor did not answer. And most literature written in Czech does not answer those questions. The question is whether the School of Arts and Crafts was based on long-term tradition. Oftentimes, the history of these schools starts with the institutionalized secondary schools of arts and crafts. So the question I asked was very banal. What was it like with this secondary education in arts and crafts in Brno? And oftentimes you get banal answer to if you ask a banal question. So let us start looking at it more closely. The first school of that kind I found that might have been the first in the series of institutions of this kind is this school. This is Hasse Street. The one more farther is the Museum of Applied Arts. First it was of industry, and the first school here, the first building here is Industrial School, the official name of it. We do not know much about these schools. I found it very difficult to get any data about it. The literature of that time says that there is a School of Arts and Crafts in Brno, and this says that it has quite a few students. They have 300 or sometimes even more than 300 students attending the school. We know practically nothing about the school. I only found some interesting teachers, but I know only their names. The school is not ordinary school, ordinary industrial vocational school, because it stands at the beginning of a reform of Austrian-Hungarian system of education. It is the first of its type in Austro-Hungarian Empire. It is a very important formative institution for secondary education as such. Very significant and repeated issue is it is a German language speaking school, and for that reason we find ourselves in an unknown territory and difficult to study, because it is German-speaking areas, education or whatever else is an area largely unresearched, and in view of the animosity between the Czech and the German nations, there are still some things which make it difficult for us to come up with interpretation of the importance of these institutions. For example, within the context of the first industrial school, I would like to mention two personalities that were significant in the reform of industrial and vocational and schools. These are the people. The first, Andrea Dormander, is a reformist, and Edward Wilda is his collaborator. He's more practitioner. He is interesting for us because he was the one who come up with this system, really. In fact, he devoted all his professional life as a teacher at this first Brno Industrial School and School of Arts and Crafts. Within the context of these two personalities, Czech literature is silent. It doesn't say anything about them, and I was not able to learn what was the context of the school and how important the school was. And I was very, very grateful that I was able to study these things in German language-speaking institutions. Mr. Friedrich Markel is a person who headed the art education in that school. Again, I was not able to find any works of his. He's completely unknown. He's a painter. He devoted all his life to secondary education. Secondary industrial schools consisted of vocational schools or schools of arts and crafts, and it had above it, it was supervised by institutions in Vienna. These institutions were to suppose the entire secondary school system. I will not go into theoretical details, although there are some possibilities. I would like to have a look at what practical aspects played a role. For example, there was a Prague school also, in how these schools affected secondary vocational education. I found these old boxes in one secondary Brno schools. But when I looked into them, I saw that they were very much in use because I found these white pages of paper who look very new. And it is obvious that the school was using these materials that existed even in the Austro-Hungarian Empire. You can see some cuttings of textiles, also some photos and technical details and comments. For example, subject with great scope but little taste, or unimportant artistically. These comments are very brief. It is an absolute textbook of contemporary taste. Like it says what was considered tasteful.
Where did I find these things? It was at the Textile Secondary School. The Textile Secondary School is one of the traditional institutions which were founded in the second half of the 19th century, a very old school where education was still supervised by the Catholic Church of the Austrian monarchy. It was set up by the Brno industrialists as a very exclusive institutions where they sent very often their children. It was attended by 10 or 20 students per year. It was a very exclusive institution. And this is how the school functioned for the first 3 decades. Subsequently, it was incorporated in the system of the Austrian industrial schools. Therefore, it acquired this status, which meant that it was followed by extraordinary development. We can see on this beautiful drawing of the new building, which was carried out thanks to national governmental subventions. The history was a bit more dramatic after that, especially after Czechoslovakia was founded in 1919. The school was ordered to reduce itself because another school, a Czech language textile vocational school or industrial school, was placed there. And although this school was quite unhappy about it, of leaving their workshops and giving them up to another school, the Czech industrial school was actually placed there. And it was quite interesting to follow what were the organizational measures which led the newly created the industrial, because they called it the first textile industrial school, and then the German one as the second industrial school, and subsequently they were unified, and any mention of any German school was completely eradicated. It's a sad fact, but a positive one nonetheless, because after 1945, when the German-speaking population was evicted from the city, the school kept on going because it was Czech-speaking, and therefore it became the direct descendant and received the whole heritage of both schools, and therefore there is a continuous tradition which reads almost to the present day, specifically until 2012, when it was again unified with our School of Arts and Crafts. I will speak about another third school, which was located in Brno and which we can perhaps perceive as the predecessor of our Šuška, and that is the School of Applied Arts that was located in the Arts and Crafts Museum, which brings us back to the same street. It was an institution that put great emphasis on education, especially in areas of small arts and crafts museums, which were popping up all over the country, whereas nowadays an arts and crafts museum is perceived as an exclusive institution because there are only 2 of them in the Czech Republic now. In the 19th and 20th century, the turn of these centuries, there were tenfold of them. They were very favorite types of institutions that focused not only on not just primarily on collecting objects, but their presentation and the work with the public. They accentuated an educational element, which was the case for the Arts and Crafts Museum here in Brno, where you can see as the classroom in this museum, where painting, carpentry, textile making, bookbinding, all of these things were taught. And all of these can be considered basically courses. They were not school curriculum per se. And the art school was founded before 1900 in this school, in the museum. Under the auspices of this museum, it was formally led by the museum, and the teachers were artists that were connected with the Vienna artistic circles, Anton Hlaváček, Anton Novák. Beside them, there are many other important figures who are difficult to interpret because we do not know much about them. I could mention perhaps the participation of Mariana Rolla, who went through the school as a pupil, as a student. For the insiders of the Moravian Gallery, we could mention that Hedvika Böhm went through the school as well and subsequently became a long-term painter and restorer in the painting gallery, which subsequently became the Moravian Gallery. My lecture will be now concluded by these 2 photographs. On the right-hand side, we see a studio of this School of Arts in the museum, and then the Šuška studio from the founding period of the school, and therefore these studios are found in the same place. And therefore, by merging these 2, the school has rather used the premises and then the tradition that has already been established by both institutions. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Tomáš, for a very, very interesting contribution. I would just like to point out that if you have any questions or comments, we would be very glad to hear them after 3 contributions that are going to take place before the break. Therefore, at this point, I would like to invite Kateřina Kuthanová, who's going to speak about the beginnings of women's industrial education in Brno by associations as a platform for professional education. This topic is a continuous one for Kateřina Kuthanová. She focuses on this topic for her PhD at Umprum. And this year she became the director of the Museum of Lace in Bamberg. And she focuses also on sculpture in Central Europe. Thank you. I want to thank Tomáš for the wonderful preface into which I'm going to try to enter by presenting the beginnings of women's industrial education. Therefore, I will not be speaking about Šuška either. It's a situation that is not exactly pleasant for me because I belong to the Prague circle, so to speak, and therefore I had to look into it. I was very interested to know why in 1927 the women's studio at Šuška was founded, and I wanted to open up a possibility of looking at the environment into which this studio, which was sort of backwards looking because it was based on the monarchy style of women's education, and then ironically why it has been the most attended one for a long time. And therefore that meant for me to open up the situation of looking at the industrial education of women, because it was a bit different than the one that Tomáš introduced, because women were not permitted to actually enroll in these arts and crafts or industrial schools. I will be covering a very broad time frame, and I'm afraid I will not be able to keep all the details and dates, and therefore I will be actually reading my contribution. So please forgive me. I hope to fit into the 20 minutes. What has also surprised me, and Tomáš has already mentioned here, is the reach of the material of the Czech-speaking environment, because there were many people coming from villages, and I had 20 boxes to go through, and I wanted to learn something about the Women's Industrial and Production Institute. It was very difficult to get hold of any files. You can tell from my presentation because I was, pulling by the straw. First of all, women had to replace the system of the institutions that established the schools, and these were mostly led by various schools. In most cases, these associations mentioned in their founding documents that they have to present the education to girls after the conclusion of their basic education. Czech associations also mentioned the education in the Czech language. These mostly meant two-year education focused on handiwork, such as what the so-called industrial and arts and craft schools provided. And then there were the economic ones, such as Lycea. Until then, it was under one roof, and these enabled women to better apply themselves on the labor market after graduation from bourgeois schools. As part of the educational offer, which was mainly used by middle-class families, the most numerous in terms of the number of female students represented these schools. They focused on various courses connected to the contemporary stereotype of women connected to the home and housework. The goal was to make the woman financially independent. Nonetheless, it's interesting to follow the beginnings of industrial education and their gradual emancipation in the Czech lands. And it is all the more interesting that there was an almost identical development of women's industrial education taking place in a small space parallel to each other. However, these were not connected. Czech-speaking women attended almost exclusively Czech women's industrial schools, and similarly, ethnic Germans deliberately avoided these Czech schools. This rivalry actually prevented women from joining forces in joint progress into the network of the public educational system of industrial schools.
The strongest position was held by this Brno Women's Industrial Association. This was given both by the cultural dominance of the majority position of Czech Germans in Brno. In 1873, the Frauen-Erwerbverein was founded by German-speaking women, mostly from noble families. Their national and social origin predestined them to distance themselves from the Czech women's movement. They founded their own industrial schooling, and they founded an association called Vesna, differed from the German Industrial Association because it was in their interest in ethnography, and they wanted to find the roots of national distinctiveness. Both associations had one goal, which was to have a school of their own. Both associations, Czech and German ones, also founded the first schools for women in Moravia. The Evelyn von Weber-Ebenhoff registered with the Ministry of Trade, the German Production Association. It was only to be limited for women who want to earn their own living. Both Czech and German schools were in rented houses and gradually extended the number of courses. The mostly frequented courses were the handicraft or hand sewing, later included design, laces, embroidery, production of patterns, and manufacture of artificial flowers. The German school developed more quickly, in spite of rivalries. The German school also had about 80 students from of Czech-speaking countries. The Vesna was opened in 1886, thanks to the Eliška Machová. The Czech school was different from the German ones only because they had ornamental drawing course focusing on folk embroidery. The buildings were a kind of question of self-identification. And the important point was when they got their own schools and they had possibility to extend the work and had more students. This one more interesting thing, Vesna managed to gained a prestige envied by the German-speaking school, that is to get rid of Germans. This was a driving force, significant driving force, and gradually they became better. The offer was getting better and better, and probably also offered more possibilities to grow, because they had more private benefactors. The German people, inhabitants, were focused on donations of private individuals. The Czech ones worked mostly, depended mostly on themselves only. As far as the Vesna schools is concerned, in their aids and patterns, they are often focused on folk national specialty, and the girls were supposed to work in these areas day and night. And also Úprka furnished, also designed some furniture. In addition to these two schools, the musical applied arts also participated in the revival of industrial education, and not only for women, which on the other hand was supposed to spread the uniform nature of the words. The unification of artistic expression was also the goal of centralist-oriented Rolf Eitelberg, who tended towards efforts to unify artistic expression, which was unrealistic at the end of the 19th century. In spite of that, these efforts, thanks to central tendencies, threatened the political, social integrity of the state. The Vienna Centralist cause distributed with the monarchy not only strictly guarded patterns for lace, but also trained leading lace makers. The women's industrial education was supposed to maintain the integrity production of women. The lace craft production of women was then to be uniformly presented at world exhibitions and to be competitive, and this utopia vision was something unrealizable idea emanating from the Vienna center. The German-speaking part of Brno population with strong ties to Vienna had far fewer reservations about these centralist tendencies. These briefly sketched tendencies can be explained on Mariana Rolel's role. And I need to improvise because I never found any information about her from the area of arts and crafts. So he's shown here only as a painter, but we know from the local press that she exhibited also a lot of arts and crafts items. So probably I may find something later on. The Ms. Roller was very good, a lot of contribution because she was trained at the School of Arts, and she was a teacher of drawing, and she headed the studio of drawing, and we can see through these figures how the school was connected to Vienna environment, where the situation of women was much better than in the Czech lands. She was also the sister of Alfred Roller. He was a teacher and then a headmaster of Vienna School of Art and Industry, and she was strongly professionally connected to the Viennese environment. It can be assumed that this really happened because she was really closely drawn to Vienna School and was friends with Rosalia Rotansel. She was a professional crafts teacher at Vienna Kunstgewerbeschule. These are possible sources of inspiration. To Rosalia, she exhibited together with her school and with her class, both in Vienna and in Brno. She was also mentioned by reviewers of the time. Mariana Roller, they said, had a delicate sense of color, embroidery, tying and weaving of pillows, belts, hats and bags. From the point of view of the design, prevailing women's domestic work was observable. Mariana Roller worked at the School of German Manufacturing Association since 1899. First, she took over the embroidery course from Anna Görlich, and then led the drawing and decorative work course at the already reformed reformed school in Brno, where she raised the level of teaching of drawing. Also interesting figure mentioned oftentimes in contemporary press is Klára Dvořáček, of which we know absolutely nothing. She did drawing according to models. Why Klára is important? Because the school as such the studio was creating patterns for the rest of the school to follow and develop further. This is a view rather difficult to discern. Another interesting thing is that around 1908, these new tendencies find their way to other schools. Reform was organized, and the ministry changed the organizational statute of schools, and subsequently these schools were then renamed Czech Women's Vocational Schools. Also, some women also came to study at schools intended for men only. The situation in women's professional education did not improve even after the new republic, because and in the Czech land, an idea came into formation to establish Czech professional schools. The headmaster in Snavchořice was the driving force in this. This gentleman was Antonín Rudolf. He tried to put into practice the reform, but the Czech nation insisted that the school had to follow the folk lines. The struggle for reform in women's education lasted for several more years. No such schools were established in Brno, and after the establishment of the new republic, over 12 of such schools were built in Moravia. 3 of them were German ones. The school's involvement was seen as the only one how to erase the differences between schools for women and for men. The schools had have rich collections of aids. It means that only industrial schools of the Brno German Association got close to this ideal, and possibly also the one in Olomouc. The smaller towns didn't have enough resources to improve the situation. At the general meeting of the associations in Brno in 1921, the situation was found unchanged, and in addition, besides the renaming of these schools to family schools, nothing changed. And Ms. Rossolová complained that year that there are no funds for women's education, and particularly in Moravia, the situation was critical. In 1922, the deputy Luisa Štechová spoke in the Chamber of Deputies as a representative of the Cultural Committee, so that girls or women's vocational education is properly dealt with, although the state promised the nationalization of family, trade and vocational schools within 2 years. The association preferred to plan the exhibition of vocational education in Czechoslovakia for 1924 to draw attention to the critical situation. The private schools schools of the German Industrial Association responded to changes in social conditions more promptly than the state. And, for example, some schools open for men as well. The exhibition program for German women's industrial schools was still connected to the Moravia Museum, and from the annual report we can read that this year the embroidery course cooperated with the German school, and that the course was already participating in the third arts and crafts exhibition. The institution was now directly subordinated to the Ministry of Education and was supervised by the inspector for theoretical subjects and for practical subjects by the former teacher of the industry school of Vesna, Inspector Eliška Kozlova. So we can assume that these social economic pressures to which the consequences of the end of war years also contributed, led women to start participating, to engage in economic activities. Although the schools of private women's association had just been nationalized, the state in Brno was not enough to cover to demand for handicraft textile education. This was probably why the Chamber of Commerce and Trade in 1926-27, the teachers' staff grew by one. Was the professor of drawing in Vesna, Anna Hubatová-Vacková. She also attended the industrial school and was also active in Artel in Prague. Obviously this was one of the perhaps the best person to deal with the problem. Another thing is that Rossmann, I can't find any works by her, so I do not know in fact what the quality of her works was. Of course, we can find out that she stayed in Shuska for a short time. Later, she was called to Prague, where she worked in the studio of drawing dresses, embroidery and lace. They had the best designers there, who then created material to be sent to other schools. So she was a real expert.
She was later replaced by another expert, and that was Božena Horniková-Rotmajerová. So this is the conclusion of my overview of the predecessors of the applied arts education in Brno, and thank you for your attention. Thank you for a very interesting contribution on the education of women at the beginning of the 20th century. And at this point, I would like to invite Lada Hubatová-Vacková, who's going to tell us about the history of the interwar period at Churs and the situation between the left and right and the so-called police scandal of 1933. Lada leads the research team and also heads the research team of the grant that covers, and undoubtedly people also remember her as the main curator and author of the publication of Quiet Revolution in Decoration. And I'm sure you're going to know her publications on shop windows and the context between 1918 and 1938. So Lada, the floor is yours. I have many pictures, but I need to watch the time as well. I hope I'll manage. Thank you very much on behalf of my colleagues who spoke before me. both Tomáš and Kateřina have clearly shown that Šuška wasn't created just out of the blue, but there were schools and educational institutions ahead of it. And our common effort in the research grant and exhibition efforts are going to contain a lot of material, and they are going to present this sort of continuity because there was a certain impulse and a break in all of it when Šuška was actually formed. I'm going to try to be quite quick and show you various pictures. I would like to focus on the period between the foundation of the school in 1924 to the year 1938, which is the interwar period. And as it's been mentioned, I would also like to mention a certain tension that was present at the school, and it was quite tangible on the teachers as well as the students' production. There were tensions both between the German cultural element and the Czech and Moravian cultural element, and also tensions between the political right and left. A certain story that can be found in archives and that I would like to mention is called the so-called police scandal of 1933. It's a police file that is actually found in the Moravian Land Archive as part of a file of the police president. So you can see on the left the picture of the file. On the right you see a picture that I'm going to analyze a bit more in detail. It's probably one of the students of the School of Applied Arts from 1933 who participated in the police scandal, who probably was left-oriented, and the photograph was taken by František Povolný, who was also a left-oriented photographer, and he was also a student at the School of Applied Arts. We can again see pictures that we acquired thanks to the archives from the School of Applied Arts quite recently. On the right, we see the actors of the police scandals who were recruited mostly from the special graphics studio led by Emanuel Hrbek, and the lady whose name was probably Škvorová, whom you can see here, is the one we saw in the first picture with a 5-pointed star on her chest. In order to put this all into context, the beginnings of the School of Applied Arts, I would like to follow up on what Tomáš has said, and Kateřina as well, in the sense that it's quite obvious that this school followed up on German schools, German-speaking schools, German language schools based in the Moravian Museum of Applied Arts, and therefore the photographs that we have from the beginnings of the school are actually situated in the top rooms of the Applied Arts Museum at Husova Street. As I mentioned, at the beginning, at the start of the School of Applied Arts, there was a certain tension between a Germanic, so to speak, element, and I want to illustrate that on this slide, where we see the Moravian Museum of Decorative Arts in Brno that was led by the brother of the director of the Museum of Arts in Vienna, and his name was, anyone knows? Eduard Leisching was his name. That was the guy in Vienna, and then in Brno we had Julius Leisching, and he was director until 1922. And after that there was a custodian, his name was Širek. And therefore the situation where the first students of the School of Applied Arts was an environment with the Museum of Applied Arts with a very closely knit German identity, very closely knit also with Vienna and the authority of the central Viennese institution. Nonetheless, somewhere around 1923, there was a certain period of non-government at this school. Julius Leisching departed, and the custodian, Mr. Širek, was in that position. And then around 1924, Stanislav Sochor came in as headmaster. And in this institution, in the Museum of Decorative Arts in Brno, there were certain exhibitions that were not directly connected with applied arts, but also exhibitions of various local groups, such as the group of artists from Brno, and that means that the Moravian or pro-Czech element at the beginning of the 1920s has entered there. What was typical, or what was significant for the school as well, was that in this building of the Museum of Applied Arts, there was also a reading room and a library, which was largely attended, and the students were actually expected to spend one whole day studying and reading there. And we can actually find publications that were acquired by the library in connection with the foundation of the School of Applied Arts. We can still find, for example, this publication from 1923 that was acquired freshly after its publication in 1923, which means that the inspiration and the seeking of various examples, for example, looking up to Bauhaus, have certainly been there. Now we have quite a few pictures here. Top right, we can see Stanislav Sochor. I really wanted to have the pointer because I don't have it at school, and now it doesn't seem to work really well. Stanislav Sochor was an architect. He studied at the Technical Academy in Prague. His classmates included Pavel Janák, for example. He was very often, or he was very soon member of Manes and the Club for Old Prague. He was an architect who was open to a modernist, perhaps even avant-garde direction, but at the same time he was conservatively aimed in the Club for Old Prague, and he was also a heritage protector in Brno later on. So he was the first director of this school, and at the same time he was also the director of the Moravian Museum of Applied Arts, and also he had a post at the Heritage Institute, so it was extremely busy. Nonetheless, even he supplied the school and created a certain framework that to a certain extent oscillated between traditionalism and an understanding of modernity. Brno, as it's been mentioned, even in the 1920s, was an island because they were saying that it was a certain language island, because in a cultural area, many people, or most people, cultural people, spoke German. That is why I mentioned the institutions that were quite significant for this environment where at this period when the school was founded. And that is the Moravian Museum of Applied Arts, but also the House of Arts, or the House of Artists at that time, as it was called, which was primarily focused on the presentation of German-speaking artists, but later on also opened up to the Czech ones. A certain connection with the Applied Arts School, I included 2 posters which I connected with the aforementioned institutions. A poster that speaks about the group of fine arts artists by Peter Dillinger and Victor Oppenheimer, who was a Jewish German-speaking artist who was a member of the Association of German Artists for Moravia and Silesia, and these 2 teachers were also members there.
Another facet of the establishment of the school is an important event which happened the first exhibition of Devětsil, which took place in the book shop Barvič and Veselý. The actors there in Devětsil, Brno, were authors who later worked in the area of 1929 in Left Front. You know, that was connected to the School of Arts and Crafts in a number of ways. This is the first annual report of the School of Arts and Crafts from 24-25. Again, with the picture of the first headmaster. This is the first teaching staff there. There were very few teachers in addition to the headmaster. He has several functions: Emanuel Haberg, Oppenheimer, František Císer, and Václav Vokálek. If we were to consider cultural identity of the school based on what kind of teachers there were, it would be very difficult, because each of them practically came from a different background, and this is something that we have to take into account. The environment there was very fragmented, broken between German and Moravian Czech areas, but there were other people who came from different cultural areas. Hrbek came from the Praha, came from the Academy of Arts and Crafts. Victor Oppenheimer is, of course, a very interesting personality, a German Jew. He was trained in Düsseldorf, Munich, and from Munich he came to Brno. That is, his roots were very, very different. František Císer was connected with the Vienna environment, and Václav Vokálek studied at the Czech Ceramic School in Bechyně. So this is a whole range of environments, and it would be rather difficult to set it up into one coherent environment. This is to compare various annual reports. The number of teachers gradually grew. On the right-hand side, it is from 1933, so the number of professors is much bigger. In 1933, for the number of students was 62, 52 of which were Czechoslovaks, 9 Germans, and 1 Hungarian. These are quotes from the annual report, where the headmaster Sochor wrote. He said, the school does not want to train artists, but only craftsmen who can create on their own, who can prepare themselves all preparatory work that is necessary for craft work. And please do note that at the beginning he said that soon after the change in government in 1918, very soon afterwards, a Czech school of so it is it's really very interesting that that he calls it a turning point or upheaval. An interesting thing from the Šuška's point of view, the situation was rather complicated. The school was not organized by the state, but it was funded by the Chamber of Commerce and Entrepreneurship in Brno. Another problem was that the status was somewhere between apprentice training schools, focusing on craft, and higher schools of art. So it was something in between, which was not clearly defined. And in addition, because there was no guarantee of the state, this situation made looking for a job for the students rather complicated. If they had no craft training, practical training, they were not really craftsmen, but at the same time they were not artists either. So this is something they complain of repeatedly, and that was also the reason for the strike that we will mention later on. These are annual reports where I want to show to you who was the management, who was in the background, who had the budget string in hands. The important personality there was the Chamber of Commerce and Entrepreneurship. They were rather conservative, linked to the conservative economic, or let's say conservative environment, and the Czech national democracy, probably a party. The central point is Mr. Chilík, General Secretary, CEO, also had to do something with Brno exhibitions. He often comes up as a direct supervisor of Sochor, and when students decided to strike, he was the person who received, or who had to heard the complaints and respond to it. The first production of the School of Arts and Crafts was also was closely connected with business and entrepreneurial business environment. On the left-hand side, you see some ex-libris of Dr. Chilík, that was the CEO of the Brno Chamber of Commerce, to show a kind of personal link between the school and also servitude to the Chamber of Commerce. They really depended on funding from the Chamber of Commerce and entrepreneurship. These are some examples of cooperation of the school with Brno Trade and Exhibitions. this also shows the interconnectedness with the trade business. They participated in important exhibitions, for example, exhibition of contemporary culture, modern woman, and exhibition of modern trade. I know that I'm running out of time, and I would like to mention the fact that Zdeněk Rossmann, in his leftist-oriented leaflet, speaks about the School of Arts and Crafts, and he notices a comparison of the work produced there, and he compared it with Bauhaus, and he concluded. He was critical about the poor organization of the school, because the school had no workshops, and cannot compete with Bauhaus. For that reason, in 1928, they created a plan, probably in connection with Rossmann's text and the discussions among the teachers. And the conclusion was that there should be that a bigger institution should be created, imitating Bauhaus in a way. And in 1928, a study was written called "An Attempt at Establishing Czech Bauhaus," saying that in Brno a school is being planned, and the plans really were made. The project was grandiose. For Fuchs and Opel cooperated there, and the buildings for architectural school and the School of Arts should have been connected, and this was supposed to resolve the problem. In other way, to create an institution that would be composed of autonomous or semi-autonomous institutions that would be linked to each other and would produce students that would find employment in the job market. Am I supposed to finish? I will speak more quickly. As you can imagine, in 1928 was the year of world crisis, and we're getting closer to 1933, where students expressed their belief that it would be difficult for them to find jobs with the diploma that is not recognized by the state from the School of Arts and Crafts. And they began to get closer and closer with leftist circles around Left Front, Index, and also Sociological Review, which, as you certainly know, is a very interesting, intellectually speaking. It focused not only to workers, but also to the highest levels of intellectuals. In connection with these problems, economic and also school status connected, the students of graphic art special studio decided to act. And they went to some actors of the Brno leftist groups, and they organized a strike, which was strictly supervised by the police. The First Republic may have been a democratic country, but some political parties, like Communist Party, was also closely watched by the police. And they published the complaints in the communist paper, And there is a very detailed file in the archives related to this strike. And it's interesting to know that you can see there in the file how the police tried to search for links with the Brno left front. The objective of the strike is to nationalize the school based on the text in the Národní rovnost. They do not have any possibility to find a job, and the status of the schools makes their situation more difficult. We are investigating the situation. The students held a meeting in the hotel whose name I didn't understand. So we believe that this strike was initiated by some members of the leftist circles and in Communist Party press. Dělnická rovnost also carried notice on it. The professor Emanuel Hrebek also communicates with Mr. Bedřich Václavek, and this report will be complemented with final report about the situation. This strike committee went to Professor Hrebek. Professor Hrebek said that all teachers agree with the students, and the school has not really investigated the situation. And all the actors are investigating the situation. No other connections were found. Probably they investigated the connections between the students and the Left Front Association. So this is my last picture, and I apologize for running out of my time. These are the striking students, Professor Hrbek and a photographer František Povolný with a communist student from the School of Arts and Crafts. Thank you.
Thank you, Lada. I would like to ask the speakers from the first section to come forward. I'll just bring one more chair.
Jo, židlička už se nese, ono to nejde tam vysunout, protože se to zafixovalo, pardon. Hned to bude. Já si dovolím, děkujeme moc, vás vyzvat k dotazu.
And at this point, I would like to open the floor for questions and comments. Thank you to all speakers for their contributions, and I have a question, and that is whether the status of the school, whether it was a state-established school, had any influence on the tuition. Was a state school not only well or better fitted, but were there any other implications of the fact? Thank you. I will start, probably. In the interwar period, it seems that the teachers, based on the annual reports, were paid by the state, but only the teachers. The operation of the school really depended on the Chamber of Commerce and Trade, and I think that it was a question of money, for one. I don't know how the budget of the Chamber of Commerce and the subventions of the state differed, but based on the reactions, it seems to me that the problem mainly was connected with the dependency of the school on the establishing institution, which was basically the capitalist environment which the students reacted to at that time. And the reform attempts by the state were somewhat different because there were many theoreticians of reform pedagogy who were linked to social democracy and also the policy of the castle and the president. My area of focus was a bit further back into history, following the sort of sideline of the women's educational system, and that was private entirely. So certainly it included paid tuition, and it wasn't cheap. And therefore I was surprised that after 1908, when I found out that one of the very prestigious schools of applied arts in Znojmo, which was very much linked to Vienna, and it was quite well protected, the tuition was minimal. And no other school beside this one could afford that. The tuition was double, at least. I do not know much about this area. Any older schools that I mentioned that were state-run, I didn't come across any tuition requirement. The state-established schools had the advantage of being accessible to anyone and being very well financed and fitted or equipped. It's quite interesting, though, that we are actually arriving at gender inequality as well, because the state-run schools were not accessible to women. Women were only permitted to attend the privately run schools because that meant that women had to pay for their tuition. Yes, it's quite interesting to hear, because the Znojmo school and its female students had to pay tuition as well. So I thought that it was applied to everyone. Yes, many interesting details that bring the education in very interesting and also difficult context, really. And the efforts to make Šuška state-run, I was active around the areas of Humpolec, and then there were many efforts to make the school state-run because of the state wanting to dictate everything to the school, not taking into consideration any specifics of arts education. So it's quite interesting to see it in this whole variety of opinions and situations. I wanted to ask whether the School of Textile was always based in Francouzská Street, and since the textile companies supported this textile school. the beginnings of the school were not linked with the premises in Francouzská. They were located in Bratislavská. We're still in the heart of the Brno textile metropolis, but in a different street. And that school was completely funded by the textile entrepreneurs. The role of the state or public institutions was minimal at that time. After the school was acquired by the state, we speak about the large representative premises in Francouzská Street. And on these premises, this was already a state-run school. Despite the fact that the school was state-run, it was still receiving further subventions from the private sector, from private sources, and therefore this is directly linked to its incredible period of flourishing with amazing equipment of machinery, because they were basically imitations of industrial machinery. There were huge collections that were installed there in various rooms. There were top-level laboratory equipment, etc. And that is all thanks to not only the Austrian state, but also private donors from among the industrial entrepreneurs, the textile industrials who were so important for Brno and so typical for it as well. I would like to ask Tomáš, where the First Republic is already connected with lay character of the school as opposed to church-run schools. But you mentioned the influence of the church during the Austrian Empire. The education was only under the church until the 1860s, until the Constitution. I don't want to, present myself as too clever. I don't know that much about it, but this mostly concerned the education that was compulsory, as in compulsory education, municipal schools, local schools, primary schools. When it comes to secondary school and vocational school and expert schools, that was largely in the hands of the private sector. Thank you. Are there any further questions? This is a very specific question, but the Chamber of Commerce and Trade, who it was composed of? In Prague, there were mostly Jewish entrepreneurs and industrialists. But who were in the chamber here in Brno, if it is known? Yes, it is known. The Chamber of Commerce, the chambers were founded in the 1850s in the Austrian Empire. The individual areas where these chambers were active. In Moravia, there were two areas. There was one chamber in Brno, and it was spreading basically over half of Moravia, the southern half, and its representatives were largely entrepreneurs. I would dare to say that they were mostly German and Jewish industrialists or entrepreneurs. There were certainly some Czechs there as well, perhaps. I might perhaps remember some names of such actors who were included in the exhibition of contemporary culture, which was also overseen by the chamber. And there was Mr. Lamplota as a big coffee tradesman, and then also, what were some textile industrialists here? Schöller, perhaps? One of the significant representatives of the Chamber of Commerce and Trade was Schöller, who was important also in banking. They were a family who were based in both Vienna and Brno. I don't know, really. So therefore, it seems to be similar as in the Prague chamber of... Vincent Bayer was another one. He was the director of the German Academy, or the Technical University, and also of the German Technical Werkbund in Moravia. Thank you. The time is near or close. Any last question about this section? It was quite interesting for me to listen to the facts and again be reminded of the fact how multicultural the society was in Brno, especially until 1947. And that's a huge space which is very difficult to trace today. And it's great that these contributions were heard here and that we can actually face some of these bits of the past on which the school was founded. Thank you. We will continue with another section. If you would like some coffee and snacks, they're prepared in the hall. If you want to have some, feel free to get some and bring them here. And now we're just going to have a little break of 5 minutes, and we'll meet here soon.
Tak vás poprosím, abyste se usadili, budeme pokračovat.
Please do be seated. The next presentation will be on Zdeněk, Rossmann and the School of Arts and Crafts between 1939 and 43. It was written by Marta Sylvestrová. I don't need to introduce her in Brno in detail. She has been curator of the graphic arts in Brno. She also cooperated in the international biannual exhibition of graphic design and also organized a number of other monographic exhibitions together with Jindřich Toman and team. She also worked on the exhibition, on monograph and exhibition on Zdeněk Rossmann, who is closely connected with the schools of arts and crafts both in Brno and in Bratislava. Good morning. The autumn 1938 was affected the school because several teachers left school. In 1938, architect Victor Oppenheimer was retired. Later on, he had to give his collections to the collections of the Moravian Museum of Applied Arts, and part of his graphic design has stayed there. And the second part is in the Oriental section. Because of health reason, he had to leave in 1938. The work of letters. Mr. Šimbera, he was sign painter. After he moved from Bratislava to Brno, it was Zdeněk Rossmann who between 38 and 40 taught modern typography and practical training at the School of Arts and Crafts in Bratislava. Rossmann, during the so-called Second Republic, between after the Munich agreement to the occupation of Czech and Moravia, Czech land and Moravia in 1939. This period is called the Second Republic. Rossmann, in that period, after Slovakia became independent, was, as other members of the intelligence in Slovakia, he was expulsed. This is from Slovakia. This is a photograph when he came to study architecture in Brno. And this is a letter of the Bratislava school, where he is allowed to move from Bratislava to Moravia. Rossmann received job placement to work at the School of Arts and Crafts in Brno, but he came on the 4th of February, soon after the headmaster of Bratislava school came. He was appointed the head of Brno School of Arts and Crafts. As Valéria Kršiaková found, Rossmann was considered significant support in both schools where he worked. He appreciated his international renown and contacts, his professionalism. Vidra also was the editor of a magazine, and Rossmann contributed to that. He published in it, among other things, articles, excerpts from his publications, letter and photographs in advertising. The Zdeněk Rossmann, starting in the late of 1990s, a role in avant-garde visual arts. He also became one of the major proponent of typography, and letters between Čichold and Rossmann started during the Čichold's exhibition of Fotoauge in Stuttgart in 1929. The Čichold was there together with Rossmann. In his work, he gathered all the new trends. The new schools refused classical arrangement of letters into symmetrical blocks, but they also used photomontage in order to spread more information. They also used grotesque. They did not. Zdeněk Rossmann was among the first protagonists who used these principles in his work. In Čichold's minimalistic design was seen in the covers of books, where he left large white areas. This type of book covers, Zichterman called white typography or white modernity, was used frequently by Zdeněk Rossmann after Čichold's Morbat Sutnar and other Czech graphic artists. During his short studies with Ludwig Hilbersheimer in Desseva in early 1939, Zdeněk Rossmann was internationally renowned modernist whose renown was spread by international periodicals, fronta, and catalogs like New House, Woman at Home, and Civilized Woman. Pedagogic experience learned in Bauhaus, Zdeněk Rossmann according to Jaroslav Jindra, who was the chairperson of the Chamber of Commerce in Brno. He was to transfer that to the school of Lada in Brno. The project in 1939 was prepared by Fuchs, but after many delays was not implemented. Rossmann prepared a publication for it where he was employed in Fuchs's studio in Brno. In Bauhaus, during his studies in Bauhaus, after the studies of Bauhaus, he followed Marie Doležalová, his partner since autumn 1938. 1938 was a regular student of the photographic studio of Petr Hanser. Rossmann at the time was only as a temporary student for only about a quarter of the year. According to the letters with Václavek, he was not present at Čichol's exhibition in January 31 that was held in Brno, because at that time he followed Maria Desavia. Because leftist students in April 1931 were expelled from Bauhaus by the new headmaster, and Rossmann and Doležalová were among them, they went to Paris in May and spent the summer there. Rossmann tried there to find employment in the studio of some renowned architects, but unfortunately he did not succeed because it was a time of economic crisis and the architects had only inferior type of work to do. But Maria Doležalová got a number of photographic motifs in Paris. Rossmann published them in the Index magazine and in another book, A Drop of Water, without attributing authorship to his friend. In autumn, October 1931, he came to the School of Arts and Crafts in Bratislava, where he was a teacher as the head of the practical department and internal teacher there. During his work in Slovakia, he trained a number of successful students whose style became the basis of the school in Slovakia. His practical experience gained in Bratislava were collected in a modern typography book he published. It was called like models for typography, and became typefaces. He soon became an indispensable tool, an aid for during his teaching years in Brata. He taught typefaces and there at the School of Arts and Crafts, which was very important for the students in practice. In October 1931, an officially photograph studio was opened, headed by Mr. Bocek. There was a kind of sparring partner for Rossmann, replacing in this role the friend in Bratislava, Funke, photograph Funke. Briefly, before his departure from Bratislava to Brno, Rossmann published this very important publication, Letters and Photographs in Advertising. In addition to short text, the book contains a number of pictures of the use of lettering in advertising. He also includes iconic works together with important works of Ladislav Sutnar, František Kalivoda, František Hejdma, and works of key personalities of international modernism, Čichold, Nadě, Gropa, and others. A number of examples. This book also was inspired by exhibitions in the 30s. During the occupation of the Czech Republic, Šuška stayed in the house of Moravian Museum of Applied Arts. That was renamed of the school as Horst Wessel Straße. The commissioner for museums, Braun, appointed in 1941 the director Rudolf Legger and president of the Chamber of Commerce and the Rossmann was entrusted with the reconstruction of museum collections and library. The reason for that was at the time the number of students increased significantly. In 1939, Czech universities were closed, and a number of students who otherwise would have studied at the universities wanted to evade being sent to work in Reich by attending the School of Applied Arts. At that time, Ivo Krsek and Vlasta Kratinová at that time studied at the school, which was an interesting finding for me. Based on the agreement of these people, in May 1941, the management of Moravian Museum appointed Rossmann together with Raimund Reidler. They prepared a proposal for reconstruction of the museum building. Together with the increased number of students, the school needed more space, and the museum wanted to defend itself and wanted to move the studios to other buildings. And when they could not kick Šuška out, they decided to rebuild the building itself to increase, so that the museum had more space for exhibition activities and also collections. We had an inkling that these plans published, but they were found by a lucky strike of luck in the paperwork of Moravian Museum. These plans are very valuable for us also because there are not very many documents about Rossmann's architectural jobs, and these materials extend our idea of his work. Between 1939 and April 1943, when Rossmann was arrested by Gestapo, practically all students in the School of Arts and Crafts had the opportunity to meet him. Miral Grigar, for example, remembers that when he says that he appreciates very much the fact that he went through Rossmann schools in letter writing or sign painting, and that he was also affected by Kalivoda's instruction.
Perhaps he's one of the last living students of Rossmann's teaching. Besides his own artistic experiments, Grigar always had a direct relationship to artistic typography, and he also often worked on the books of Květa Pacovská, his wife, with his own typography. At that time, Rossmann taught on the general advertising department, which included graphic designers or future graphic designers Olga Čechová, Miroslav Korčian, Jan Najmr, Miloš Slezák, Miroslav Vystrčil, Milan Zazula, Theodor Trekl, Jiří Vláčil, and others. On the second level, as class teacher, he was leading the third and fourth classes for in the specialization of advertising and graphic design, where he taught writing composition, typography, and advertising design, specialized drawing, spatial advertising plans, and typographical practice. His many students later included Jan Blahoslav Novotný, a future famous caricature drawer who used to sign his drawings later, Jebenov, who was later the key artist of the Prague ABC Theatre. Further students of Rossmann's who were later active in post-war graphic design included graphic designer Karel Pekárek, whose legacy has recently been acquired by the Moravian Gallery. He enrolled in Shur after graduating at the Faculty of Law of Masaryk University in order to evade army and military service during the war. And after the war, he met with Zdeněk Rossmann in Prague when designing election and other posters for the Communist Party. You can hardly tell one from the other. Rossmann also taught writing at the Special School for Applied Painting led by Professor Emanuel Herbeck, and also the Special Department of Fashion and Textile Art, where he taught also letter writing, advertising, and contemporary style. And in the same way, he taught in 1942-43 up to the time when he and his wife, Maria Rossmanová, were taken captive by the Gestapo on the 3rd of April in 1943, based on the allegation that during their holiday in the previous year, they helped paratrooper František Pospíšil from the bivouac parachute, who was hiding in the forest near Dalešice. This was the photograph of the paratrooper. When Pospíšil was interrogated and, or when Pospíšil was interrogated, he basically told on Rossmann, and also the people from his house said the same. Maria Rossmannová and Zdeněk Rossmann were imprisoned in Brno. Maria in the Sale prison, from where we found some pieces of art. And then Zdeněk Rossmann in the Kounic student dorms. On the 13th of April 1943, he was suspended officially. At the end of 1943, they were both deported to concentration camps in Ravensbrück and Mauthausen. His son Pavel, who unfortunately died in autumn last year, Rossmann was saved by his artistic talent. He was commissioned to create diagrams of those who arrived and died and those who survived in Mauthausen. And these graphs have been preserved until this day in the archives of Mauthausen. At the beginning of 1945, an uprising broke out in Mauthausen, and Rossmann was heading it. He's standing on the cart at the back. They managed to survive the difficult times, and after the war, Zdeněk Rossmann settled in Prague with the family, and he didn't return to the School of Applied Arts to Brno, although some sources state he did. He cooperated with František Halas at the Ministry of Information. This depicts the married couple after returning from prison, and Rossmann, you can tell he's still wearing his prison uniform. This is a photograph from some sort of celebration together with poet František Halas. At the ministry, Rossmann was in charge of privatizing large printeries, and he briefly became director of the publishing house, Orbis. However, later on, he was also basically he was also expelled from the Communist Party, and he was made redundant, and later on he acted as architect in exhibitions, and later on he was offered a job by the widow of Bedřich Václavek, Jaroslava Václavková, who was later director of the Monument of National Literature in Prague. In 1958, he was the main architect of the Czechoslovak Pavilion of Expo 1958 in Brussels, and he was basically the director and the header of the success of the pavilion. Later on, he was offered the membership in the Communist Party again, but at that time he already refused. Thank you very much for introducing the complicated and turbulent life of Zdeněk Rossmann, whose story went and touched upon the fate of the School of Applied Arts. And at this point, I would like to give the floor to Valéria Kršiaková, who will speak on the School of Applied Arts in Brno and the teaching of folk arts during the Protectorate of Bohemia and Moravia between 1939 and 1945. Valéria Kršiaková graduated her bachelor studies in Brno. He wrote a very interesting bachelor thesis on Edmund Kverka, who was a communist pantheist, so to speak, a very bizarre kind of mixture of a person. And later on, she studied her master's studies at the Faculty of Arts here in Brno at Masaryk University. And later on, she went on to Umprum in Prague in order to leave again. And now she's a curator in the Slovak National Gallery, where she oversees the collection of modern art that she gradually takes over from Kateřina Bajcurová, and she's also a member of the research grant led by Marta Filipová. So her contribution will basically speak about her various interests. Thank you for the introduction. I'm very pleased that I can follow up on this excellent contribution of Marta Sylvestrová, which presented the activity of the School of Applied Arts during the war as a very modernistic part of what has been taught and produced there. And in contrast with that, I'm going to speak about folk art. That was, according to my studies, has not been taught at this school in the interwar period. And in the interest of presenting more popular and national folk art, but the change arrived with teachers who arrived in 1938 from the Bratislava school. These concerned several people who, after the division of Czechoslovakia, were repatriated to Bohemia, who were like Czech intellectuals, and they were sort of returned back, and they were sent to Brno. As Mrs. Sylvestrová mentioned, it started with Rossmann, and later on it went on with people such as the director of the School of Arts, Josef Vidra, but also František Malý, who was a textile designer. Another important personality, another important figure that I will focus on is Josef Vidra, who, after his repatriation, he became the director of the School of Applied Arts in Brno. He focused on the cultivation of folk art in Brno, where he was placed as a commissar for the preservation of monuments or heritage in Bratislava. And he also linked up on his older activities because he worked at the real secondary school and where he founded a school by Dušan, or followed up on a school founded by Dušan Jurkovič. After Vidra arrived at the school, he included a subject called the learning of, or learning on the folk costume. Since 1943, students actively participated in various official initiatives in the Protectorate, which were official institutions. My contribution will focus on the implementation of folk art, which was mainly meant to be based off the natural creativity of the people, as he included it in the curricula. But at the same time, I will try to present the position of the School of Applied Arts, the position of the school after the occupation and the Protectorate. So my opening slide begins by a discussion that was present in various pedagogical periodicals focused on art and art critics who were discussing whether it is possible to teach and study folk art. Czech author or artist magazine was discussing whether this was possible, and various other teachers reacted to this, such as art historian Alžběta Birnbamová, architect Ladislav Žák, art historian and archaeologist Růžena Vacková, ethnographer and pedagogue William Plažák, architectural historian and monuments of conservation Václav Mencel, an architect František Kalivoda, a teacher at the School of Arts of Architecture. The question whether folk art could be studied and taught were divided into 3 categories, and they were wondering whether it is possible. Some were saying that that folk art cannot be taught because it is an expression of human creativity and must flow from the soul and folk of our artists.
And that should form a basis for national art and should be at least studied at a theoretical level, and it should be provided also to craftsmen, for example. The third stream was progressive, and it asked for updating of the folk art and implementation of the current situation in order that it corresponds to the need of modern user. This discussion started during the Second Republic, where it reacted to the situation after the Munich Concord and the situation after the occupation of the Nazi Germany. Immediately after the Munich Concord, the trend in music, like nationalistic music, became more and more popular. And elements of folk art were presented as the most important part of the national heritage. In the first years of occupation, the traditional crafts and other things were promoted, and there were some government commissionerate for the protection of monuments, for example. And during the Second Republic also, this gentleman initiated strengthened the role of Czech national elements. So it took the defensive attitude was established, and folk art became a tool for the protection of the Czech nation. And but when Heydrich came to Prague, these tendencies were retreating. Josef Zíra, who was a proponent of the progressive ideas, who wanted use of modern folk art, he said that no authentic folk art can be preserved, but had to be adjusted to the new time. Particularly the elements that have survived for hundreds of years need to be emphasized. And this is Mr. Vidra, and very valuable picture from the school archive. The teaching staff there. There were very few pictures of this kind token. In the second row from the bottom is Emanuel Herbeck and Josef Vidra on the right, Margot. This is the core of the teachers there who came here from the Bratislava school of for folk art. After the Second World War broke out, Vidra established a new school for the development of folk art at Uherské Hradiště, on the initiative of ethnograph Václavík on the left-hand side here. Vidra knew him from Bratislava because Václavík had a similar position as the governmental commissioner in Bratislava. Václavík was, as far as Vidra, repatriated to the Czech lands, and he was sent to Uherské Hradiště as a worker in the museum there. They wanted to establish a school in order to make the work there more professional. And there had to be a commissioner to supervise the work. Vidra was appointed inspector of schools for graphic art subjects during the Second World War. He also worked in the Czech lands, not only in Slovakia. But he was not the only inspector in that position. Not very much has been preserved from this school. There are some articles from magazines who describe the basic role, and that it was supposed to help preserve folk art in Moravia. And it gave a list of various kind of folk arts. Also organized courses for local craftsmen in Slovakia. These are, for example, Uprka's students. Rosárie Falešníková was teaching embroidery. Ethnographic groups this group supported the victory of German troops there. But then they decided that this studio was moved to Joža Uprka's studio elsewhere. He was the head of the group of craftsperson. Falešníková, Uprka, and the course of painting of Easter eggs. Well, you'll see more Easter eggs here. The personalities who were supposed to work there and were probably approved by Vidra, he was an inspector there, were Roska Falešníková, Landsfeld, and also as an external teacher, a faculty, Antonín Václavík. All these teachers were representatives of the conservative and preservationist view of folk culture. They wanted to preserve folk arts and preservation of the most genuine folk art. They wanted to keep the national character in, for example, costumes. They focus a lot on decorative objects like the Eastern eggs painting, also embroidery. This is a manuscript from the museum where the author describes the content of the. We wanted to make old painters to work the old ways and teach new ones how they do it. The School of Folk Art was built with the help of National Association, which was a German association. In the documents that have survived about the teachers there, in 1941, opened in Hota, Josef Vodra is no longer present, but we do not know why he left, but probably it was also because Vidra's opinion on what should be taught at the folk art school is one of the reasons. Copying of old models, renewing of decorative objects, creation of replicas of old works. These were all things that he criticized. He believed that artists should take over their role, that the teaching of these patterns consisted of detailed study of all the material and the use of ideally natural materials and copying of original workers. These craftsmen should then create a model of items that would be practical and useful, applicable for modern time. Here you can see the beginnings of the application of this process of folk arts as understood by Josef Vidra. This is the first stage when these students were sent to regions to study original patterns or objects in museums. These are the studies that have survived in the National Archive in Praha, where Vidra demonstrated his idea to the people from the ministry. This event, they were allowed to travel the regions and study, were taking part of the projects of improvement of local industries in the countryside. This office was seated in Brno. Vidra at that time was the director, was one of the most important member of the commission, and he was aware of the decay of the work of folk arts and this is particularly the reason why they should have these graduates of the School of Folk Arts, because they should teach the people about folk arts, people who worked at home. Not much has been preserved. These are examples, works of the general preparatory course of Langer. In Moravian regions, some groups of students were sent to regions. Karel Langer, Bayer, Miller, Bruckner, and others were the teachers of the studios. They traveled to Wallachian Slovakia, where they gathered local patterns for further processing at School of Arts and Crafts. The group with Langer was sent out to study wooden toys. The third group had the task to make detailed drawings of buildings and also draw the patterns of most frequently used textiles. And they also worked with canes and other material because other material was difficult to get during the wartime. The results of their work of School of Works and Crafts and Arts were presented at this exhibition in Praha, Academy of Music of Crafts and Arts and Crafts in Prague. It was in summer 1943. It was under the auspices of the Chamber of Commerce, and the main objective was to present the best examples of products in Protectorate. A number of vocational schools also took part in that exhibition. I identified the toys that you may have seen in Langer's group. And also these wicker baskets were there.
I don't know, or I can't really identify which workshops they represented, but there should be examples from all of the regions that I mentioned. Folk culture was largely reflected right after the subject was introduced, and the folk art was most reflected in this textile department, where the science of costume was introduced according to the title of Renata Tyršová's manual, revised and supplemented version of which Vidra published in 1931 and 1937, and the book is an overview of the development of traditional clothing with an emphasis on its practicality in relation to the lifestyle of certain groups of the population and the climatic conditions of the environment they inhabit. These qualities were possible to include at any period of time. Practical examples of drawings of students of the textile department are shown here, and the students of the fashion department were involved in the Association of Czech Fashion, which was chaired by none other than Josef Vidra. The initiative, which had been going on in Brno for several years before from the activities of the Circle of Friends for the creation of new self-image, involved him in the school, in his own words, because of the overpressure of folkloric kitsch, as an antidote to thoughtless adoption of national folklore and decorative patterns. He was also reacting to the influx of German folklore in the streets of Brno, but also to the wearing of costumes in public outside of folklore festivals. In particular, Vidra criticized the misunderstanding of the essence of the very nature of savoir-faire, which patriots in the 19th century had interpreted as an appropriation of old patterns. According to him, this counter-specism, as Vidra called it, desecrated the historical products of the people by stripping them of their original purpose, which was replaced by industrially cloned tastelessness. I'm going to quote. He said, "The former national life, peculiar in its own way, is created anonymously. It is created over time by constant wear and tear in the hands of creators of the same generation, people of the same sentiments, belonging to the same nation, and fitting to a person's body." As you can see, that he is inspired by the basic forms of national costume. He tolerated it in the form of the used ornament, and in fashion, it meant the used pattern elements that were adding to the function of the clothing, such as the coat and the folds. Practical examples of the work of these students were presented at an exhibition in the Prague Museum in 1941, where this whole Association of Czech Fashion presented, supported by the National Association, and was actually based on the German Kraftfreude Association. And I'm going to now approach the conclusion. Josef Vidra himself retrospectively pointed out in the late 1940s that the Protectorate government, as well as the National Association and Cultural Council, actively supported Czech nationalist actions, and Vidra had an opportunity to cultivate, use modern cultivated. She's reading it. She's killing it. He based in the first years on the situation from the Second Czechoslovak Republic, and during the First Republic, he pointed out the fact that in his activities were not heard sufficiently, and they were heard then only during the Second Republic. And the suffering of national manifestations in the field of cultural actions and other events or initiatives were suppressed by the occupation administration after 1942 with the ascension of Right Heinrich and the oppressive Right Protector. However, activities of the National Association and Cultural Council were strongly suppressed. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for a surprising contribution which presented Czech national folklore in the context of the Protectorate. I'm sure there's going to be space for discussion. And right now I would like to ask Iva Knobloch, and she's going to present the Union of Czechoslovak Works and Šuška in the context of the reform movement. Iva Knobloch is also known by her maiden name Iva Janáková. She edited a publication focused on the modernist designer and painter Ladislav Sutnar. After that, from her more significant works, I would like to mention a large publication which she collaborated on together with Radim Vondráček, focused on design in the Czech lands between 1900 and 2000. And last but not least, recently she prepared an exhibition in the Prague Museum of Applied Arts that was called Let Us Live Like People, focused on the Union of Czechoslovak Works, with the accompanying exhibition. And she's also part of our research team. Thank you for the introduction. Today, I will link to my surname of Knobloch because my contribution will speak about a general institutional context that circles around the problem that was presented by Lada, Tomáš, and Kateřina, and that is focusing on the break/silence between the Czech-speaking and German-speaking environment on a cultural and other levels. I will try to speak as fast as Valéria because lunch is near. An important engine of modernity in the Czech lands was the Union of Czechoslovak Works, and their activity was not very well known, and it is the focus of a publication that was created last year. The Union of Czechoslovak Works was part of the Czechoslovak reform movement, which was created in fast industrialization and urbanization of the 19th century. Due to this social and economic movement, these unions, and they were, I would like to point out that they were voluntary associations that were not paid in any way. They were just for the good of the community, of the country, of the nation. These associations wanted to modernize and bring more up to date the relation between industry, trade, education, and crafts, and that is what my paper will focus on. These associations, which were formed in various countries, were also looking at social aims, especially the accessibility of housing and house equipment, appliances. As you can see in this caricature, there were teachers, artists, craftsmen, politicians, bankers, women and men. The variety was somewhat imbalanced, obviously. There were more men included, but the women played a significant role as well. And also philanthropists played a significant role, and generally the characteristic of these Werkbunds was that people were excited about progress. The first Werkbund, Deutscher Werkbund, was founded in 1907, and very quickly they managed to apply the cooperation between artists, architects, and industry. And their pride and joy at that time was a publication presenting Peter Behrens for AEG, which is quite an iconic publication in the history of design. Peter Behrens designed not only products, but also offices, logos, industrial halls, printed matters, etc. Other unions that were created were in Switzerland, for example, in 1912, and in 1915 it was modernized. And inspired by the German Werkbund, a Swedish one was created in 1932. And all of these wanted to create a network with within all cities that would make the whole region active. And their aim was, or their possibilities really, their capabilities included public education, lectures, publications, exhibitions. What was very important for the Czech lands was the Austrian Union, which was founded in 1912. This is a publication by Max Eisler about Austrian applied arts, and it summarizes the activities of this association. And as you can see, it publishes the works of Elena Ionova, who lived in Vienna at the time, but was also a member of the school in Znojmo, and she was a member of the Austrian Werkbund, and she exhibited with them, and she was published that way. The Czech Union was established in 1920, and its main personality was the architect Pavel Janák, who was a chairman until 1946. In the 1920s, this association was personally connected with the School of Applied Arts. The professors of the school were also active members of this Czech Works Association. They also had this idea of a regional network which would spread throughout the country of Czechoslovakia, Czech lands, Bohemia, Moravia, Slovakia, and Ruthenia. However, the situation was quite complex due to the fact that there was somewhat a gap between the Czech-speaking and the German-speaking inhabitants. The large industries were mostly in the hands of German-speaking industrialists. These large companies, they were mostly owned by German-speaking industrialists who were also setting up schools of applied arts, such as the glass school in Nový Bor in German, which was already founded in 1870. And producers from Nový Bor and others were also members of the German Werkbund, and they published, they exhibited through that. The same thing, another important German-speaking glass production, the famous Lusterfabrik, the school of or the factory producing chandeliers in Kamenický Šenov, and the same thing in other places where the German industrialists were members of the German or Austrian Werkbund. Therefore, the Czech Werkbund was only limited to Czech-owned companies, and they were medium-sized or small. And after the First World War really made all the poorer, but the possibilities of extension in territory was presented at the exhibition of state-run schools of applied arts and industry. there were 50 state-run schools, of which 2/3 were German-speaking schools. And that exhibition allowed the members of the Czechoslovak Works Association presented the regional possibilities of extending this union to other areas, other towns and locations. It also encouraged the state to invest largely in the Czech-speaking educational establishments. These are the examples. For example, the German woodworking school in Ginsberg, but also the Czech woodworking school in Valašské Meziříčí, which was Czech-speaking. And truly, the Czechoslovak Works Union really had its branches where Czech schools of applied arts and industry were placed in these towns.
To give you an idea, the school in Chrudim is very old for wood processing, Czech-speaking. The teachers became the active motor, a driving force in the area, and it initiated the establishment of courses locally. It was a focus point of local manufacturers. They tried to implement applied arts in their work. Oslíšek was active there. The interior then there was an exhibition in 1924 with Oslíšek interior, and that was purchased by the Ministry of Education. Another important thing for the network was this Academy of Applied Arts that was central in the new state. It was also because most of the headmasters and teachers in the Czech-speaking schools were graduates from this academy. So there was a very close personal contact there. Another one was a school in Železný Brod, the first Czech-speaking glass manufacturing school. The state built it to compete with German-speaking schools, and the teachers. Marta was graduate from the Praha Academy. They set up a group that activated the local community, also in Turnov, with the jewelry making tradition. And Metalák, Plečník's student, they broke the resistance in flat roofs. And you see the flat roofs there, which were the creation of professor of a glass processing school. The active radius of the schools that were interconnected with the Czechoslovak Work Association was very strong. I would like to mention the 1930 exhibition of glass. For the first time there, they demonstrated possibilities of industrial glass products, flat glass. The Czechoslovak state did make and exported, but not used. And this is Josef Močár's design of the work. It was an important part of the driving force, not only in Hradec Králové, but also in the vicinity, that united manufacturers of textile, also, for example, and photographers, because one of the companies there was Photochema, the only company that made photographic papers. Bratislava. Hello, Clara. An important branch of Czechoslovak work was established there that managed to activate that part of Slovakia. That branch office was very active, particularly because they organized a number of exhibitions and cooperated with Josef Vidra at the School of Applied Arts in Bratislava. An interesting thing is that when we were in Brno, a branch was established in 1924. I was very grateful for the papers I read here already, because I did not really understand how is it possible that there was no spirit of collective work here. The School of Applied of Crafts and Arts did not establish a drive towards unifying the local craftsmen workers to work for the benefit of the town or the region. They only organized meetings. It was a caricature. The work was, of course, voluntary, not paid, and seemed like a never-ending job. So this trend of unifying the people never was never expressed really. Josef Vaněk and Rossmann or Fuchs did work quite a lot. The local branch organized a new colony, a new house. It was just under its auspices, but it was not a collective work compared to DUP. And that was a really collective experiment of the Prague Central of the Union of Czechoslovak Work. The branches were thriving, but the economic crisis was a heavy body blow to their work. They stopped working after 1933. There was no contacts with the Praha Center. No magazine was published. A desperate letter by Fuchs survived, sent to Juna, where he says that he doesn't have money to pay for travel fare to Praha. The Praha Center was really taken over by DUP, and particularly the House of Industrial or local industry. Within this context, this of European situation, it was an exceptional deed, and never. It was not at all likely that such an organization would have a house of its own. They used the gallery for the benefit of the institution. For example, they had in 1938 the exhibition of dance that showed the importance of dance for the culture in the First Republic, or the Day of Praha Woman, with a massive participation of AKA Studio from Brno. During the Protectorate, the House of Contemporary of Czech art played an important role for functionalism, and the Union of Czech Work organized an exhibition on behalf of the 20th anniversary of its establishment. That was held in the atmosphere of Hitler, Nazi culture. for example, like Deutschland in Tracht, or it really implied a consumer's trend of folklore, like Moravian Slovakians' furniture was sold as a modernized, updated furniture for one's household. Going back to the exhibition 1939, to celebrate the 20th anniversary of the foundation, it might have been a kind of celebratory retrospective, but on the contrary, it turned out to be futuristic in character because it showed the work of 3 schools. 2 were from Praha and 1 was from Brno. It was the School of Arts and Crafts that was the only one that stood against the Pragocentrism. One of the schools was Žižkov School, one Czech language schools for woodworking. Together, they connected through František Trnester with Bratislava School of Applied Arts. He, after all, also is the author of the oval presentation of the School of Household Interior Items. Also interesting was an analytical study of Public Janak's school with Koželka and also Kysela's studio of large size textiles. During the Protectorate, the School of Applied Arts and Crafts in Brno played an important role because Josef Vidra managed to rise the spirit of enthusiasm that was missing in Brno. So when he came to the School of Arts and Crafts, all the teachers there become members. We know all the names: František Malý, Emanuel Margot, Zdeněk Rossmann, Kalivoda, Alermiel, Billinger, Herbeck, Svoboda, Františka Šedá, Florianová. All these become members individually to the Union of Czech Work. Yes, yeah. I'm coming to the end. I can't speak as quickly as Valéria, still. This opportunity gave Vidra, as the only member of the Czech Union of Czech Work, it gave it the possibility to develop its vision of a reform of vocational education and schools of works, arts and crafts. And he saw that in the connection with local production. And this is also the basic motive of this. The center is here in the textile work and also photography. That is all I had to say. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much. And now I would like to ask Marta Sylvestrová and Valéria Kršiaková to come here. And we'll ask you whether you have any questions or comments. Marta Filipová. I would like to ask Valéria. Thank you, all 3 ladies presented information-rich presentations. You spoke about the event of the students who went to Moravian Slovakia and elsewhere to learn from local artists, learn various techniques and things. They brought it together with them to school. What I would like to know is the national dimension. You suggested also that in those regions there were people very nationalistically inclined. For example, Jan Upraka's organization, which was like more or less fascist in character. So the school plays a fairly controversial role in this process. So I would like to know whether you know how these students came to terms with these nationalistic approaches to folk art, whether they were in contact with German inhabitants, local population, German-speaking. And I would also like to know whether there were any official pressures exerted to the School of Arts and Crafts to make it approach folk art from this position, searching for genuine expressions of folk art that express some authentic culture that fitted well to the ideology of Third Reich.
I hope I remembered all of the questions. I do not have any witnesses of the students and so on, whether Vidra was pushing for national or folk art at the school. Whether they approached German producers, well, I don't think so, because it was really under the auspices of the Czech Department of Cultural Enlightenment, and they were speaking about the cultivation of Czech art and Czech producers and Czech crafts and Czech traditions. But the approaches to folk art that created a certain umbrella where a lot of things could hide under during the Protectorate, such as the interests of the supporters of the German Reich in Moravian Slovakia, but also other ideas that Vidra didn't manage to push for during the First Republic, and that he was able to achieve later on during the Protectorate. But also it allowed students to sort of hide and be protected from their involvement in the war machinery during the Protectorate. And so there is no documentation of why Vidra actually stopped cooperating with the ethnographic group of Ethnographic Moravia. They probably differed in their view on the cultivation of folk art, but I also did find documentation of him actually approving what they did with folk art and how they took care of it. About the Germans at the school, I don't know what the ratio of German-speaking students was at the school. So the question was perhaps whether there were any official documents from the Protectorate government or the ministry how folk art should be managed or approached. Well, not as far as I know, because the Protectorate ministry was something else. That was basically a heritage of the Second Republic, and then there was the office of the Reichsprotector, and there were no direct orders being sent to the school, as in, like, you have to focus on folk arts, etc. And there was no order of this sort. What the Protector's office was saying that they had to teach in German, and then they set up a German department at the school, which had a separate German management, and so there were German orders, and as far as I know, there were only 3 German-speaking students at the school at that time. But as far as direct orders concerning folk art and its involvement or inclusion in the curriculum, I didn't find anything. Valéria and I tried to see or discover what the situation was with the Dorka studio, which is a very difficult situation. It's very difficult to judge what the work was, all of those involved during the Protectorate, because there was an official policy that what I would perhaps call national folklorism that was directed from Germany, some sort of direct cultural streams where Protectorate just copied this sort of stream from Germany, and the Czech inhabitants were meant to be dissuaded from some political activities, and the nationalistic folklorism, Moravian Slovak, or from other regions, were meant to basically meant to redirect people's focus on the national membership. And the second requirement was that the School of Applied Arts and also the Czech Works Association tried to use the association or the situation to focus people's attention to folk art. And one of these ways was the Dorka Association, which was founded by Theodor Pistorius, who was originally a statistician, economist, and sociologist, who was fascinated by the organization of local crafts in Sweden, where they had excellent crafts production at home, but also education of women and men, and also purchasing, where Swedish folk industry was exporting to the United States, throughout Europe, etc. And laws criticized, for example, the badly paid work of Slovak embroiderers whose craft was not sufficiently appreciated, even financially. And Pistorius tried to focus on this throughout the 1930s, and during the Protectorate, he saw the chance, and he founded the Dorka Crafts Association, which was meant to educate the local craftspeople and bring their products into exports or onto the local market, especially people from the countryside. And therefore, this Dorka Association was connected with the School of Applied Arts, and especially Karel Langer. He knew the situation in the countryside where people were really poor, and he managed to, in cooperation with his students, to go there to reform their production of toys, because they were excellent, beautiful, modern toys then, and he managed to bring them some sales. So in Nový Hrozenko, for example, the situation of some of the families improved economically. So I just wanted to say that. And another aspect, the economical aspect was very important, and that's, being forgotten. And then secondly, Dorka, thanks to the sort of conspiracy which Czechs are able to achieve, Dorka covered the situation of students and protected them from their forced employment in German factories, and also even teachers. 1,500 students were actually protected this way. And so the situation in the Protectorate was very complicated. It's not well known, really, until now, and it's very difficult to research or judge or uncover. Vidra was actually then judged for collaborating with Germans, although his intentions were certainly patriotic. That's quite clear. So sorry for this long answer. Thank you. Thanks, because we have clearly approached an interesting thematic nest, so to speak, which contains the context of the full production within the circumstances of the Protectorate, which might perhaps require an independent, separate exhibition, perhaps. Any further questions now? Thank you for your papers. I have a question for Valéria. I was interested whether this folk crafts education was in any way connected to the Vesna education, whether there was any contact between the two schools. Yeah, basically that sort of thing. So was there any connection between Vidra and the director of Vesna? Did they, talk and anything? I'm not sure whether there was any direct connection or follow-up. I only found that in the Association for Czech Fashion, where students of Vesna and also students of teachers also. So that's where they met. And that's where they created the portfolio that I showed that was called National Style. And when Vidra was headed this Association of Czech Fashion, he tried to reform this approach to the national style, to a modern national style, and they exhibited at the exhibition of Czech fashion, but I didn't find any other connections. I wanted to ask Mrs. Sylvestrová whether she has perhaps found any documentation of Milan Grigar remembering his studies in Brno. I tried to contact him when I tried to prepare a publication, but I wasn't successful, since you mentioned him. I found information in the archive of the city of Brno, which actually contains his school report from the first semester. And there is a comment that he was forcibly employed and sent away from the school. I tried to get in touch with him as well. The fact that Kalivoda and Rossmann influenced the typography and photography perception. I have this information from my time when I worked on the Czechoslovak film poster, and he mentioned this and as an important latter impulses that influence his works. I tried to get in touch with him also through Stepan Grigar, and they said he doesn't receive any visitors anymore. But he was willing to receive me, but unfortunately he had an injury, and so this wasn't possible then. And I sent the questions to Stepan, and then I was sent the answers. Are there any questions or comments now? Or perhaps I could ask Dagmar, since Nový Dům was mentioned. You've been focusing on that for long term. The Nový Dům, New House Colony, is described in a publication that we recently published with Jindřich Chatrný, where the Czech Werkbund, in connection with the Nový Dům colony, which followed up right on after Stuttgart, exhibited the modern housing trends. The role of the Czech Werkbund was completely formal. It was a completely private developers product of two developers, Ruler and Uherka. And after that, after the failed success, which you can basically read in the book, the sale of the houses was not successful, and the first rebuilding of the houses already took place at the beginning of the war. But Baba housing estate in Prague, as supervised by Janak, the system of construction was already more focused on specific clients because they didn't want to risk to build several different houses that no one would want. So specific clients already communicated with the architects and with their requirements, and thus they were interested in having their houses constructed and later on purchased. It's a collective experiment, really, because they really took a lesson from Nový dům, and the organization was that a member of the Czech Werkbund selected their own architect, also from the Werkbund. So it was a really direct connection and a shared risk, which we cannot imagine today because no one knew what the houses would be like, how the flat roof insulation would function. There were even some designs for green roofs, built-in wardrobes in such massive numbers, and nothing like that has taken place in this country until now, or until then anyway.
These things were criticized very much because the houses were said to be inhabitable. Some were not completed. We all were able to find that in archives, in the land registries, for example, where there were long lists of defects in the structure. The construction of the Nový dům new housing estate was a total failure. What about new time, Nová doba in Bratislava? It came into existence at that time. I believe that I remember Nová doba in a very, very beautiful picture from catalog. Yes, one of the authors was Zdeněk Rossmann. Printed material of Czechoslovak work is said to be inspired by Nová doba. That was a project that lasted longest. The Praha municipal administration did many against it purposefully and intentionally. So it was expected that the housing estate would be completed by 1930, but Praha members of the union considered Nová doba, new time, as being inspired by Nová doba. New time were big housing estate, apartment houses, not family houses. Nový dům, new house in Praha and Baba were family houses, but Stuttgart, Zurich were built, conceived as large apartment houses. But they also wanted to build family houses there. But the authorities prohibited that. Well, I'm afraid that we'll have to stop here to get something to eat, and we're going to resume at 2 o'clock. On the left-hand side, you can have soup and sandwich here, but if you want something more substantial, you can go to see restaurants in the city, but I'll be happy if you come back, okay? So looking forward to see you again at 2 o'clock.
Vážení,
Předtím to nebylo, ale rozsvícené.
tak milí přátelé, tak pustíme se do...
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start with the third section of the presentations. We have introduced Lada already, and I will ask her to say what she learned during her research, years of research, about Karel Langer and his puppet theater project at the turn of the 40s and 50s at School of Arts and Crafts. Thank you much for coming. This is the last time, I promise. The second topic I'm introducing here today is the puppet theater of Karel Langer, a teacher, and the school. This is a school of art industry. It was the name of the school when Karel Langer was there. About bit between communist Agitprop. Karel Langer comes from Moravian Slovakia in Hrozenkov. For a long time, he was a teacher of drawing at primary schools. At the end of the 20s, in 1928, he went to the School of Arts and Crafts, to the studio of František Kysela. And from the position of umprum student, he went to study in Prague, and he started working here in 1940 until, I believe, 1963. But we're going to see. What you see here in the picture refers to the topic. The AJ theater was an experimental theater of hand puppet theater headed by Karel Langer as a teacher of the studio of artistic, minor artistic objects in the period immediately 1 year after another upheaval, a riot. That is to say, February 1948, when our country set out on the road of building communism. The story refers to this period of our political and cultural history. On the left-hand side, you can see Karel Langer with his students from the School of Arts and Craft, and here is the truck where they, on the back of which they carried the hand puppet theater, and they traveled not only Czech lands but also Slovakia, as we'll see later. To get an idea how big the project was, I found a classification written by Karel Langer in the document 5 Years of Puppet Theatre, published in a magazine Czechoslovak Puppet Theatre. He traveled 4,800 kilometers by truck, many thousand kilometers by train. 50,000 people were in the audiences there in the military camp, students, regional festivals of the Communist Party, and so on and so on. Here are the examples from the archive of the city of Brno, where they have a number of extraordinary photographs. There are also some drawings from various meetings, people's meetings, where the team under the leadership of Karel Langer performed. There were oftentimes mass events. And from today's point of view, it is very surprising that they had the energy and also belief that they can address these masses of people using a hand puppet theater. The name was chosen by Karel Langer to link it to People's Theatre of Matěj Kopecký. In one time, he shows this Matěj Kopecký's theatre and a scene where it says, I theatre of Czech virtues is a declaration of Czech spirit. This is the basis of Karel Langer's work. Here you can see how this fairly small theater, kind of a box or light weighing structure, was built on the back of a truck at these meetings, ideological festivals, where there were masses of people, and all kinds of short sketches were performed there. There were very special things like Agitprop or political satires. In the collections of the city of Brno, they also have the screenplays based oftentimes on Soviet models, but very often created by authors, by puppeteers themselves. Jana Vaňková in the 1980s still studied it. You may know her because she taught the history of art until recently at the School of Arts and Crafts. She devoted her attention to this topic fairly cautiously. And this is what Karel Langer was devoted to before the I Theatre was set up and before the February upheaval. Because he came from Moravian Slovakia, from fairly poor family, he was interested in folk art. In 1930s and 40s, he wrote texts devoted to rag sculptures and potato theater. So it was kind of arte povera projects where he used a very, very simple means to address ordinary people in village community or municipal community or families. Very often he referred to puppeteer Veselý, who used very simple methods. You can see here various manuals how to make puppets, hand puppets using potato scarves. This is very, very elementary, it's very experimental and very interesting too. And these are some examples of palm puppets or scarf puppets made from scarf. Karel Langer developed in detail the reference to rag sculptures. That is the name given to it, Karel Langer. You can see examples of that in some films. For example, this one is from 1958. When we decided to research the history of School of Arts and Crafts, together with some critical aspects that may bring up some controversial topics that need detailed attention. Of course, we knew that if we come with an attempt to critically look at some stories, we will have to study archival material, and in this respect, we were helped by the database of archival documents from the school, where particularly the 1950s are very well processed and they're variable but difficult to digest. There are, for example, some reports from the 50s of the teaching staff.
We can see that the teaching staff were under very strong ideological pressure. You can see a quotation that says, "The director encourages all teachers to carefully study the resolution of the 9th Party Congress and the subject committees to discuss the ideological components of education, which must come before the professional component." This is from 1958. So clearly the students participated in various arranging workshops, manifestations of the 1st of May. That was one of the tasks of the teachers who had to inform the school how they are politically engaged in ideological tasks that were given in line with the intentions of socialism. Karel Langer himself really related to this Soviet puppeteer, Sergei Obraztsov, in his creation, who used to come to Czechoslovakia. He visited Brno in 1948. Obraztsov himself is an interesting, controversial, perhaps, figure because he studied Kuthanová, the famous Soviet experimental art school, but then he got into a very narrow circle around Mayakovsky, and he participated in various political manifestations around Stalin, and he was in direct contact with him, in fact. So he was a puppeteer who offered the use of this format of puppet theater for ideological and mass influence of crowds. We can see here on the left when Obraztsov arrived to Prague in 1948. He was even being welcomed by the Ministry of Information, Václav Kopecký. And when we read some of the figures, or rather some of the issues of the Czechoslovak Puppeteer magazine from the beginning of the 50s, it's surprising how this magazine, which we would probably consider a marginalia today, was full of this ideological conviction and trust that puppet theater can actually change the society from the smallest of its members to adults. Here on the right-hand side, you can see a photo where there's Obrazcov in some sort of kolkhoz. He spoke about himself, saying that he was not just a puppeteer, but he was masovik as a person who communicates with the masses, and he visited these agricultural cooperatives, and not only as a puppeteer, an actor, but someone who can actually speak to the multitudes. On the left, there's a slightly different story, which is described by Naděžda Melníková-Papoušková, who's originally Russian, but she was a white Russian. She was against Bolsheviks, and thanks to Masaryk's helping hand, she moved to Prague, and she really followed the various measures and processes taking place in the Soviet Union. And in 1922, she described how communists and Bolsheviks used puppet theater, and specifically the figure of Petrushka, who is something like the jester, how he's used and misused in Soviet services. These are just a few examples from the Czechoslovak Puppeteer magazine, where surprisingly there are certain issues very much full of various instructions of how to present the ideological topics to people. And it says, Agitka is a puppet anecdote that addresses current issues in a humorous way, and since we are and will be solving many problems, we have to focus on developing this as much as possible. Karel Langer published his own publication in connection with his own interest. It's called The Smallest Theatre, where he described the beginnings of his AJDIVADLO, which was connected with the School of Applied Arts and Industry. And the first figure that he developed was called Mr. Šupvosk, who was made of paper. And Šupvosk, and the name was composed of the name of the school, and Vosk was also, it was used as material for molding various puppets. And Langer spoke about a long time or a week when they were snowed in a mountain cottage, and he was describing how they developed a puppet performance that they later on presented in some factories. So you can read the blue text that describes the process. A few pictures to illustrate this. Karel Langer himself not only led the theatre, but also published about it, especially in the Czechoslovak Puppeteer magazine, where you can see that he focused on content against technicism or technicalism, where he really focuses on the ideological content rather than the qualities of the puppets. He also focused on satire, such as, we stand for the principles of socialist criticism, which must be a creative criticism, a criticism that not only exposes flaws but also corrects them, etc. So these are direct quotes from Professor Langer. This is a drawing when he visited Slovakia, and also an archival article where one of the graduates of the school was involved in his military service. And he used what he learned in school during his military service. This is again a group of the Czechoslovak Union and the High School of Art and Industry, where they were presenting a pro-Soviet sound mime against imperialist regime and parodying the American way of life. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Lada. And now I would like to ask Andrea Březinová to present her contribution focused on Ines Tušnorová and the connection between Ines Tušnorová connecting the textile school and the School of Applied Arts. Of course, Andrea is well known to the Brno public. Her activity in the Technical Museum in Brno with a focus on textile, with various publications, the exhibition of Moravia in Manchester, and many other outputs. Thank you. When I spoke with Tomáš Zapletal during the break, he emphasized that I should not forget to mention our personal meeting with Ines Tušnorová, because when we prepared the exhibition about Brno, Moravia, and Manchester, we used to visit Ines Tušnorová in the old people's home, and our first visit took place in the spirit of talking about an old lady, and I bought some teas, and when we arrived in her room, where she was really well-aged, in bed, she looked at us slightly kindly and told us to open a bottle of wine. So every following visit took place only with a glass, or rather a bottle of red wine. It was she was a very charismatic lady, and we both fondly remember her with a very bold red lipstick that she always wore, despite the fact that she was wearing her nightgown in bed. So these were our meetings with Ines. We were visiting her then mainly because she was one of the main authors of the art protest technology. Her works are undoubtedly much broader. She didn't consider herself to be a textile artist. She considered herself an artist as a whole, using various techniques, including theater costumes and other. So just a quick recap. She was born in Brno in 1932, and her whole life was connected with Brno. She considered emigration, especially after 1968, but since she was really close to her mother, with whom she lived until the mother's death, she basically decided to remain and live here in Brno. Therefore, she's very famous in Brno, a very famous artist in Brno, but perhaps not outside it. Ines Tušnorová studied at the textile school as well as the School of Applied Arts. And later on, she returned to the textile school to teach theater costumes. I will just briefly mention her roots, because I think her genetic equipment, so to speak, really predestined who she was, and she was truly proud of that too. Her great-great-grandfather was a counselor, an apothecary. He founded the national printing press, Kramáš and Procházka, in Olomouc in 1870. Later on, Procházka was his son-in-law, and her great-grandmother, Miloslava Maria Procházková, was a very notable, important representatives of the cultural and emancipation movement in Moravia. And after the death of her father and husband, she led this publishing house where she published various books and her own translations from French. She also published various magazines. For example, she wrote a book titled Marriage and Its Reform in 1907, which was a sort of a view of how marriage should look like differently and better than it was until then, than it was customary until then. And Inés, although she couldn't have known her great-grandmother in person, she certainly did have an influence on her, at least by the fact that Inés decided to remain single and only focus on her artistry.
The family background from Procházka's side and her father, he was a soldier. He died when Inés was 2. It made it possible for the family to live fairly well, and she grew, therefore, in a very feminine environment with her mother and grandmother and godmother. As I will show to you, they often went abroad, to French Riviera, for example. They were very emancipated women, very elegant. Her mother had herself and her daughter photographed in one of the best photo studio in Brno. The owners were very good photographers of the Jewish origin. They both survived the Holocaust. She was very influenced not only by her mother and grandmother, but also godmother, Emma Javurková. She was, in the interwar period, she was the owner of one of the best fashion studios in Brno, like Podolska in Brno. The Brno people from those will may remember the Jaroslav Brunt studio that used to belong to Javurková, Emma Javurková, and Inés's mother worked there. And as you can see in the photos from a later period, very often Inés traveled in summer. They traveled together also with godmother, and she called godmother her aunt. Inés Tušterová liked it very much. She studied at a grammar school first, but she wanted to become, she wanted to study at Schurz school, but the condition was to train first as a craft. The school wanted that students who come to study at the School of Arts and Crafts had also some practical training. For that reason, Inés went to train for dressmaker she had a very thorough training as a seamstress. This is the place, the portal in Česká Street in Brno that has partly survived until the present day. Ines then first trained as a seamstress, a dressmaker. She did become a student at the School of Arts and Crafts, but it was in 1950, at the time when the textile subjects were taken out of the school and moved to textile vocational school. So she together with František Malý and other teachers, she went to the textile vocational school. One of the teachers says that in 1950, some of the students from the cloth making studio protested against this move because they considered that new school to be absolutely technical and were afraid they would not have enough space for their own creation. So in 1950 they protested against it. Ines Tušnerová studied fashion, but as she herself stressed it, she didn't find it interesting. She wasn't very much interested in cloth making. She preferred costume production. For that reason, she left that school and went back to the School of Arts and Craft, the original school where she wanted to start, to Husova Street, to the studio of spatial creation, to Šálek. He was born in Vienna, and he considered himself with his body and soul as a Viennese. He was member of Sternat, Oskar Sternat, and Hofmeister, and he liked very much theater. He not only taught architecture but also furniture design and costume making. His students liked him very much, at least as Michala Gerichová explains in her bachelor's thesis, where she interviewed several students. They used to call him Šáleček, small cup, and they oftentimes went to a cafe, particularly when they were not successful with their work. So Šáleček took them to the sweet shop or cafe in order to change the atmosphere and help them to manage the tasks. They all agreed that he was very much liked, and one of the students had him as a best man at his wedding. Also, Ines spoke very nice about him, and she said that was the man who opened the world of theater for her. He started in that with Sternat. He cooperated with him in the picture of Masquerade, 1934, where Sternat was the scene producer, and Šálek also cooperated with him. So in the very same way, Šálek worked with his students very often. He had commissions for the National Theatre in Brno, and he always invited his students to rehearsals, and he showed them what it was like. They stayed with him for half a day, and they saw everything in practice. He often took them home. He had enormous bookcase. That was another type of education there. Some of the training instruction took place in his flat, where he had very many foreign books which were otherwise inaccessible at the time. These are designed from 1953, or in as one of the first designs. Contour colored. These are not only the pictures as a design, he used collage or assemblage in her work. She worked in this with this whole life until 2000, and she produced an enormous amount of designs for many theaters in Brno, and she cooperated with Srba, Sokolovsky, and in the 1960s she participated in very nice performances. These are the costumes from a later period of her life, where she is much more expressive, relaxed, almost abstract. He very often collages. Her study at the School of Arts and Crafts was not the end for her. She continued study at the Academy of Crafts and Arts. She studied fashion there, but again she realized that it was not the right way to proceed, and from the studio of Bobkova she went to Šárek. What you can see on the right-hand side is one of her tapestries. That was a graduation work at the school. Again, she presented some textile piece. Another education continued at the Summer Academy of Kokoška. She was lucky in that, thanks to her father, she had relatives in Austria, and they paid her the Summer Academy led by Kokoška. She spent 2 months there, and it was a school of vision, or school of seeing. As she explained to us, students worked with pencil or watercolors, and they captured figures in motion, not static, but always in motion. Or that they fell to the ground or made some unexpected gesture, something that kept the students' attention. It was a kind of a school she liked, not only because of Kokoška. She remained in contact with him a long time after the academy, but she liked to remember the atmosphere in Salzburg, which was very much different from the atmosphere she experienced in the Czechoslovakia, particularly during the summer music festival there. She drew pictures all her life, even when we saw her when she was an elderly lady. She had the pencil at her bed, or Chinese ink. These are some works from her Kokoška period. Later on, she expressed herself much more freely, using collages, assemblages. The gestures, painters' gestures, became the main means of expression for her. But at the same time, she devoted her attention to textile design. These are designs for active tapestries. What Professor Mrázek called it from textile vocational school. She didn't spend too much time with it because they believed that artists should enter the process of weaving and leave the authorship impression there. But Ines was not patient enough to stand and sit there and patiently weaving something. She was a person of gestures. So it was only a very short period. But she did a lot of non-woven pieces, art protis. At the beginning, it was mid-60s. This method of producing non-woven materials was patented. The origin is in Brno. First, it seemed to be successful. Many, like Antonín Kybal, Zdeněk Seidl, and other artists worked with it, but later the production was moved to Vlněná National Company. It stopped being important, and the artistic quality was no longer important, and the works were only measured in square meters. The themes very often went from the world of music or nature. And she began to design all kinds of items. This is from 1971, and this was exhibited at Tapestries in Lausanne.
There she met numerous foreign artists, and thanks to that, she had a broader overview of the world of art than it was usual around here. Helen Frankenthaler, or her creation is also compared to the creation or the works of Helen Frankenthaler from the United States, in the sense that many of her expressions and gestures are visual and very much in movement, although Frankenthaler worked with paint and Tuschner with textile. She wanted to be as different as possible from the individual small art protest pieces that were mass-produced, and therefore she started cooperating with architects and tried to create spaces like that. But of course, during socialism, there was not much chance for these types of realizations, and not many architects were actually willing to undergo this. A few realizations were possible in Slovakia, in a hotel or in a research institute, but most interiors do not exist anymore nowadays. Together with Dagmar Tučná, who was a curator of the Museum of Applied Arts, they were considering art protists for various types of use as elements in space division or space decoration, such as the exhibition of Czechoslovak glass. And the last pictures are from her exhibition here, from the House of Arts here, from the exhibition of the Czech and Slovak tapestry, where Ines exhibited this piece of work, this piece of art. It's again a non-woven tapestry which has various types of material sort of thrown on in her typical way and then attached to each other in an artistic way. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much, Andrea. Now it's actually my turn. I've been acting as director of the House of Arts for the last 10 years, and lately I've also been able to carry out some research and specifically conceptual art connected with Brno. My contribution is focused on the figure of Dalibor Chatrný, and he belongs to one of the most significant figures of the art scene in Brno in the 1960s to 80s. Dalibor Chatrný spent a long 23 years at the School of Arts, of Applied Arts, and his arrival that took place in 1963 is basically aligned with a clear orientation of the author on experimental creation. Let us just mention his experimental and conceptual creation, which he began to present at various exhibitions, mostly connected with the House of Arts. In 1966, he prepared an exhibition together with Václav Zikmund in the Cabinet of Graphics, where he exhibited various experimental prints, where you can see that already in 1966 he was exhibiting blind prints. Later on, he also implemented another exhibition, the graphics of space, in the Jaroslav Král Gallery, which is where we're sitting right now. The beginning of his teaching at ŠUS is narrowly linked with the time when he started cooperating with the group of people in the House of Arts and conceptual artists in Brno. The exhibitions that took place in this house also include a very successful group exhibition of new artistic techniques, which was prepared by Jiří Valoch and which was already a group exhibition. The early works that we could mention include graphics that were printed from various materials that he just found. But already in 1963, he experimented with drawing through magnets.
Jo, podařilo se. Důležitým zdrojem pro
an important source of understanding of his trail of thought are the conversations, or rather the interviews that he provided at the time, but also personal notes that are now stored in the family archive. In the interviews, we can read his expression that where he says that he liked to lead interesting pedagogical dialogues with himself. There was an interview from 1988, and Dalibor Chatrný mentioned that only then, when he poses the right questions to nature, he receives surprisingly clear answers. And in direct connection with his arrival at Church, he also expressed that he started to trust elementary values of both life as well as various means of expression. We see various slides, various pictures on the slide, which stem from the beginning of the 1960s, when he arrived at the School of Applied Arts as teacher. And you can see the interesting aspect of originally traditional graphic expression. He eventually oriented on conceptual and elementary output that was taking various shapes and forms in space. And the space since the mid-60s has become the central idea of his work in general. Contrary to the 1960s, where Chatrný's arrival and his possibilities of presenting various extraordinary foreign exhibitions, the so-called normalization, which is the 1970s, was a time of fasting kind of period where he only appeared in various group exhibitions in graphics or paintings of the South Moravian region, but he had minimum space for his experimental creation. All the more interesting inspirational impulses stem from his workplace in this long period of normalization, include an important area, and that was to see what was his library like. What's also interesting is that Dalibor Chatrný also gave an answer about his teaching practice in a sort of biographical questionnaire that was created by the Academy of Sciences in Brno and the Pedagogical Institute there, where they focused on various fantasy types among scientists. And the interview was then mediated by Jiří Kocman, and it was interesting to listen to the answers of Dalibor Chatrný. He mentioned, among other things, saying, "The school gives me an opportunity to be independent existentially in my aims. I can be anonymous. I've adjusted my pedagogical activity into an adventure that does me good. This allows me to be alert as a citizen and on the hunt. But for creation, it's necessary to understand what I find only in isolation." Dalibor Chatrný's notes make it clear that he took his teaching practice very seriously. He based it on various cultural and scientific areas, and his library still contains books from poetry, linguistics, philosophy, cosmology, and others. It still contains the Marinetti's Manifesto of Futurism, or the translation of the art of color with the personal dedication of Marian Mudroch from 1981. We have this self-published book here, and it was a translation of a book called The Art of Color, which was realized by Rudolf Jan together with Vladimír Kordoš, Germanic Zbeňovský, and also Matěj Kren. The publication of Johannes Itten is, until this day, part of numerous libraries of art schools in Slovakia, and it's clear that Itten's perception of color and this phenomenon have significantly influenced the creation in the 1960s, not only in the arts, but also in Slovakia as well.
An interesting connection of Chatrný and modern authors, connected mainly with Bauhaus school, tells us from his pedagogical notes, again from the family archive that have not been published yet. The existence of these notes I knew about from the time of exhibition, where the reason why I dealt with the teaching period of Vladimír Chatrný. When I first, thanks to Dana Chatrná, had the opportunity to see the notes, I felt that there are about 19 pages of notes and drawings. I read only 2 words of that I perceived as very interesting, because they also appeared in the exhibition of Bára Chrímová. The rest was for me a mess of some signs that we were gradually able to decipher. His daughter Dana helped us very much in this respect. The most important the notes of Dalibor Chatrný about his teaching practice have about 17 pages with various notes, very, very brief, that usually are either what he noticed or some comments and things connected with Bauhaus mainly. At the same time, we can also meet with these notes with very carefully written notes of Chatrný about the teaching of traditional graphic techniques. Here we can read various notes that are allusions to the teaching thinking of Paul Klee. For example, it says that static and dynamic tensions are seen as the path to elemental creation, or that existing is only a fact of my consciousness, and this fact is reality. Noteworthy are the tasks planned for students presented here, where we can read that anything in the world can be seen as a symbol of anything in the world. that is something in something. And it says that symbolic reading of the world is the understanding that everything is present in everything. In addition to the already mentioned Paul Klee, well-known personality in Brno, he mentions Vasil Kandinsky, Piet Mondrian, Josef Albers, Oskar Schlemmer, and Henry Matisse. Rather than citation of the pedagogical methods of the mentioned key figures of modern European art, these are the author's notes on their work. One of the sections is devoted to landscapes, and there are very many notes devoted to the possible combination of colors. These are these pattern when A means red, and so on and so forth. The combination of colors takes up a large part of the notes. The notes on the complementarity of colors and their functions are very much close to the analysis, research, and thinking about color by Johannes Itten. But Dalibor Chatrny's comments do not mention that name. For me, the very interesting thing was that Dalibor Chatrny, I see, is connected with texts mainly on Jindřich Waloch. He interprets him under the basis of contemporary conceptual tendencies. For me, it was interesting to read about the background of his thinking about modern teaching of the arts, which, thanks to the notes that we have at our disposal, is very much firmly rooted in the early 20th century. Of course, we can try to find various sources where Dalibor Chatrny found inspiration about the early 20th century and modern teaching of the arts. Here are some we have heard several presentations on this topic, and undoubtedly this topic this information was part of the discontinued situation after the Second World War. It is interesting to know that what the training sessions looked like in the graphic art sessions that he headed from 1969. That it shows that the modern character of the training was preserved. Here you can see scans from Typography magazine from 1969. That copy was on the 40th anniversary of the School of Arts and Crafts. And you can see that the methods used in teaching abstracting concrete shape and through the abstraction get to a kind of ornament creation or typographic character. So similar method can be found also at the end of the 70s. The methodology of the training seems very continual, and in some subjects it stayed all through the interwar period. as you can see it very well in Chatrny's students. We can also see another interesting task, oftentimes used at School of Arts and Crafts, not only the graphic arts section or studios, but this kind of task was set in other studios too. These are drawings that were first drawn in natural light, and then they were lighted using color filters for Dalibor Chatrny. Now, still lifes. Was how to explain the functions of colors and their complementary dimensions. It's interesting to know that this type of training is also described in Johannes Itten's treatise The Art of Color as the first example of this use. It was in 1944 in Zurich. It was mentioned in the Samizdat edition of Itten's work. In this slide, you can see the task set to students of the studio and very typical other tasks set to them that has a long continuous existence based on modern way of teaching the arts, namely application of realistic photographic almost motive. Students were asked to deal with convert in some creative way. These exercises followed a fairly set pattern, but Chatrny tried to organize the training sessions in a way that students had the possibility to develop their individual talents at the same time. We were able to analyze some paths that used by modern methods as they reached him, Dalibor Chatrny. We may also note some other ways of influences. Bohdan Lacina taught there. In 1950, Rudolf Fila was a student there for some short time. He intermediated these modern teaching methods in connection to Bauhaus school, to Rudolf Fila. A close link between Lacina and schools. I'm not going to discuss it in any greater detail, but the importance of this author for many generations of young artists can be demonstrated in this picture of Rudolf Fila called Requiem for Bohdan Lacina, which he drew when Lacina died. Through Fila, this method got back to Brno cultural environment, where Chatrny also worked. Fila was well informed where various facsimiles are of various modern publications that did come to Czechoslovakia in the first half of the 20th century also. After Schur was discontinued, this Tagebuch of Josef Itten found its way to the library of Technical University in Bratislava, and because the people there did not know what to do with this esoterical treatise that is 4 centimeters high, 150 centimeters in width. So they sold this book to a second-hand bookshop. But the place is small. Rudolf Villa knew about it and bought the book. Today, this manuscript, in fact, created by Johannes Itten, is held by Štefek. It is nice to follow the dialogue between Villa and Kateřiny about their pedagogical methods. According to Rossmann, Dalibor Kateřiny said about Villa that he puts dynamite in one hand and matches in the other to children. He meant, for example, conveying the legacy of the avant-garde, especially Kazimír Malevich. Kateřiny himself, however, invented various experimental tasks for his teaching. These are his stones that he put to students' pockets in order that they stopped working only using visual impressions, but they also were able to monitor other than visual reality. For that reason, hence the name of this presentation, that the eye is a spy you can't be angry with. So a number of other personalities taught her here. Rudolf Hliněnský, who was a student at Schur, who worked on theoretical texts. He studied the Bauhaus and Kle's theoretical text. Miss Konečná, whenever she could, she discussed with students modern teaching, modern methods, and we must not forget Igor Zhor's methods, who, whenever he had the possibility to he informed his surrounding very intensively. When we look,
if we look at sources of inspiration for modern teaching of Dalibor Kateřiny, we can also look at how Šuška has inspired him to his artworks. Just briefly, we have some typical usual album by Dalibor Kateřiny that he created as a conceptually styled publication, very close to Western European or American publications from the same period and same style, which was created after the first 8-hour exhibition in the House of Arts.
Nemáme obraz? Už, úžas. Nepodaří se? To nevadí. Jo, pardon. Tak já myslím, že to je takový dobrý ještě ne. Tak alespoň za všechna.
So just to mention a few works of art that were created in connection with Šuška by Dalibor Chatrný and his theory of modern art. We could mention his paintings of icons from 1970 that are very close to the way of thinking of Johannes Itten, and the continuity of his style of thinking is then expressed for a long time until the 1980s, when he didn't work at Schuss anymore, where he still kept creating, finally, his two-hand drawings, and that are illusions of psychophysical exercises by Rossmann and Pahvoza and Vidra. So I apologize for the length of my contribution. So let's not get any further delay, but I would like to ask my co-presenters to join me up here for questions. If you have any questions to the lectures by Lada and the Puppet Theatre and Andrea, and focused on Ines Tušnarová. No questions? I wanted to ask Lada, since you dealt with the puppet theatre, performance is something that is a long-term element at Schur. Was there any live theatre practiced there before this puppet theatre? Not quite. If I'm not mistaken, the small artistic industry, as the department was called, was led by Langer from the 1940s. But it's true that something like he spoke about the rag sculpture or potato sculpture, and something similar was taking place in the course of shop window arrangement, for example. There may have been an equivalent there, but not exactly puppetry. I might be mistaken. Perhaps I could add that the Society of Art Friends that ran the school, the art school that Tomáš mentioned in the morning, which was mostly visited by girls, although it was accessible to boys as well, was the puppet theatre as well, where the participants were creating puppets and the stage design, and then they wrote the scripts themselves, with which they actually later performed at various social events here in Brno, but they also traveled to other places. There were some newspaper clippings saying that they performed in Znojmo and other towns. So there might be some continuity there. But since the school actually functioned in the museum itself, but after the creation of Czechoslovakia, the society moved to a different building and kept on going until the 1930s. And the puppet theatre is being remembered in some annual periodicals, and they were saying that the puppets were still in existence. Some of the puppets, the sets, were still existing. No one knows. Perhaps they're still hidden in some depository. It's true that toy creation was supervised by Lichtag, but with Langer, it was different because it was really the ideological, satirical theatre. But other than that, puppets were certainly an element in other departments as well. Any other questions?
I have my question in English, and I was wondering about the reception of the puppet. Also the reception of the students towards teaching. Are there any sources? Is there any information about this even that was interesting to me?
About this theater, yes, there is archival document in City of Brno archive, yeah, and this is quite a large font, yeah, and also objects of puppets and marionettes. They are in Moravian museum, Moravské zemské muzeum, yeah. So we have some objects which are still possible to expose also in the future on this exhibition.
Pardon.
Děkuji za velmi zajímavé přednášky. Mě by zajímalo, jestli Ines Tušnerová navrhovala nějaké...
I'm interested to know whether Ines Tušnerová ever designed any puppet costumes or puppets, you know, to link the departments between textile design and puppets. I think when she taught at the textile schools, there are some photographs of some small Barbie dolls, so to speak, and they're dressed in period historical costumes. But I don't know if that's her work directly, but it might be connected perhaps, or perhaps the tasks, homework that she gave to her students, but I don't know if she created any herself. And I would just like to add that she was friends with Dalibor Chatrný and created Dalibors, so to speak, where they connected their work, where he made imprints of his own fingers or hands, and Ines complemented them with her painting and textiles. I just want to ask also about the puppets. How did it end? How did it happen that the puppets were no longer functional as a means of ideological demonstration? Where did it end? With Langer or how? I've been thinking about that. The archive finishes around after 5 years of activity, around 1949 or so. Then they kept on going, but then it sort of kept dwindling. My assumption would be that in 1957-58, the ideology began to dwindle itself with Khrushchev. But I think clearly the media have, run it over, especially television. In this reach of puppet theatre in the 1950s, it was quite surprising. Puppet theatre was a medium that we have perhaps forgotten. in our understanding of how it could have actually addressed the crowds. And the trust that the political representatives have put in puppetry. And the whole festival of puppeteers Chrudim, I went to see the festival, and in the museum in Chrudim, there's an archive, and you can see that in the 1950s, it was a strongly ideological tool where Soviet puppeteers traveled the country. So they used it to manipulate the crowds and the children's naivety, to run them over with ideology. Any further questions? I would like to ask you about Dalibor Chatrný. I'm interested to see or to know whether he reflected this history with the puppetry at Shushka. You mentioned performativity yourself. So how did the performance in the public space, which Dalibor Chatrný could have approached with his students, was it expressed in any way? In this sense, I only encountered the 8-hour exhibition by Dalibor Chatrný, which is interesting from the perspective of creating a type of a conceptual publication. And it took place at a time when the House of Arts was closed, when it was under reconstruction, renovation, and therefore most of the audience were just students and teachers of the school, and it was just an 8-hour event. But we have a famous communist, Vašulín, who came to see it. So the connection with the school, perhaps you're also asking about the event of 1972, which I didn't manage to mention. And that was that students at the school got a task to prepare a decoration of the Náměstí Svobody on the anniversary of the Great October Revolution that Dalibor Chatrný evaluated as too meek, and he took the plan of the square where he made a long stripe with red paint, and to his great surprise, the proposal was accepted and it was implemented. And so since Dalibor Chatrný was really well oriented, he realized that one of his largest monumental installations in the style of Christo could take place. And he was watching how the firemen are installing the red stripe of textile high above people's heads. Unfortunately, I could not find any news from the celebrations of the Great October Revolution, from newspapers or anything in the museum, in the archives, in the television. I didn't find any documentation of this monumental event by Dalibor Chatrný.
He also performed some interesting tasks in the 70s that responded to the current situation there. No. You think it was more tricky question than it was. No, I believe that Chatrný expressed using elementary conceptual language. It was something different from what I had in mind when I mentioned the activity. Also the theater on the ring, Divadlo na Procházku. The society was united in that. Okay, are there some more questions? No. 5 minutes for coffee. But please be sure you are back at 3:40, 20 to 4. Thank you very much.
We're going to go on with Veronika Rolová and Johanna Lomová. Both work at the Umprum Academy of Applied Arts. Veronika Rolová works on or focuses on architecture and design of the second half of the 20th century. She was one of the members of last NAKI team, which focused on architecture and policy, and Johanna Lomová also focuses on the second half of the 20th century and also on contemporary art. So I give them the floor, and the topic is on the screen. Artist and or teacher, how did their status change? Thank you. We're on somewhat thin ice now because we are coming closer to the current context. As we noticed, there are a few people who may still remember the times we'll talk about, and perhaps this will lead to lively discussion. So I will start reading. We were surprised by the change that took place in the 1970s. The quality and the change started to get lost in the atmosphere of the so-called normalization that with some students and teachers led to a hiding in private. The school existed a clearly defined institutional framework, which was based on long-term tradition, but also defined by the Ministry of Education, and we decided to focus on that. A seemingly banal change of the school, or trivial change of the school, took place in 1946, similarly as the art school, secondary school, was gradually transformed to a school of higher education. However, the school was still a goal of adult students who have graduated at a previous school, and only in the 70s brought a change where the secondary school was not really supported by the Ministry of Education, and in the first half of the 1980s, school education was decreased to 8 years, and therefore 14-year-olds started applying to Šuška. And in this context, the idea of what is the role of teacher at Šuška in the institutional framework of pedagogical practice, and therefore we're going to introduce its changes after the Second World War, but we're also going to focus on the first half of the 1980s. At that time, a process called the professionalization of pedagogical work. A key example we are going to use is the pedagogical training output from 1982-93, which all teachers had to undergo. What reflections of their positions can we find there? Before that, we are going to theoretically prepare the room for these situations. The pedagogical activity of various designers and architects who were present at this school was gradually changing. And if we want to study the school as an institution tells us that this approach tells us that the school is not just a sum of an individual. It refers to non-declared procedures and myths that are transferred during the stay at an institution. And it is difficult to change them. The carriers of the memory of Šuška were basically the teachers themselves. Graduates of the school enabled the teachers not to lose the contact with the methods acquired in the 60s and later. Towards the end of the 1950s, the teachers protested against the technical style of teaching, which wanted to lead to the division of schools into technical and artistic, and they wanted to retain the technicality and also practice and general education and artistic education. The connection should have prevented the preliminary or premature specialization of the students, which was, for example, mentioned by Laszlo Moholy-Nagy, who spoke about it in Chicago or wrote about it. In 1950s, however, students required, or the regime required the students mainly to have practical abilities, and therefore we are going to ask what sort of abilities these would mean for the students. Teachers did not acquire just these requirements of the Ministry of Education passively. They discussed them. And the shift from Šuška, in an institution of a quasi-tertiary educational institute to a secondary school, which culminated at the beginning of the 1980s, was reflected in the change of pedagogical strategies. While at the beginning they focused on the development of the artistic development of the students who were almost adults, now in the 70s and 80s, it wasn't enough to take care of the talent, but they needed to focus on general education of the adolescents, and the teacher became an educator. They had to also acquire abilities of pedagogy and psychology. Also, their pedagogical practice included the scientific revolution, and that enabled the staff to focus on constant development, the teachers with polytechnic education, and with this aim, the change of the approach was planned. That is why many graduates were expected to continue to higher education institutions, but it was meant to be different. Participants in these trainings of teachers, or a participant from the painting class who joined the school in 1978, stresses in the archives material, I quote, "From here, it seems that expert education will be characteristic by dynamism of created activities of a person, the ability to adjust to conditions of various technologies in the past and the future during the whole productive age. This requires strengthening those components of education which contribute to the growth of the workers' adaptability. On the one hand, the general principles of production, on the other hand, knowledge of the social organization of production, but also the corresponding moral and character qualities, especially social awareness, the socialist attitude to work." The terms such as socialist attitude to work should not lead us to complete and general refusal, while some teachers, such as Radovan Pantuček or Ladislav Martinek, but also Dalibor Chatrný, really mentioned a few sort of phrases. Others have reflected their goals of education deeper, and they used a deeper vocabulary for this. Alexander Jurčák describes this in his publication, and the focus on pedagogical competencies really had to focus on the 14-year-olds who came from primary school, and Adamec also emphasizes. You need to work with them more strongly. They bring various bad habits from primary school or folk art school, and some of them are still very childlike, and it's difficult to nurture some work, habits, and concentration. The goal of education was the building up of the personality of the pupils to bring them to working habits and teach them to work. Adamec, whose main goal of working was to present the technique of painting, concludes by saying, it cannot be just professional preparation. We have to teach the young person to manage various life situations, to appreciate other people and their results, and also to appreciate the works created by people. And this approach would have been unimaginable in the earlier days, in the 1950s or even in the 1970s, when this was mainly meant to be professional preparation. For this type of training, its characteristics that these were mostly the play of the teachers of the special educational subject. They were the teachers were really tired of the students' attitude, and they couldn't get to attractive numbers in the art history. They were not able to look at thinking and knowledge through deduction. The students were meant to acquire competences which would bring them to find a job in the educational areas of the technological revolution after the 1980s.
It was the other way around at Schuska. Until now, the teachers were able to include topics in the lessons at their own discretion and apply higher demands. The common goals of general educators and professional subjects were basically based precisely on the belief that the goal of teaching is not the creation of finished artists by primarily a graduate who has the potential of continuing his studies at an art college. It seems that despite reservations about the introduction of the curriculum and the introduction of hourly subsidies, the majority of pedagogues accepted changes requiring the professionalization of their pedagogical practice. However, part of the teachers did not accept the new concept of their practice. One of them was the graphic artist Antonín Odehnal. He identified the primary task of the pedagogue artist as building such a relationship. He helped the student to solve the problems, that is to say, to the concept of teaching characteristic. At the time he joined the school in the early 1960s, he continued. Cooperation between art educators should be more consistently based on the requirements placed on the graduate of our schools, which is primarily a craft skill and creative ability. At the same time, he expressed skepticism about the possibility of developing talent in students in such a way that they become great artists. According to his belief, their number was constant in every generation, regardless of changes in art education, including such drastic ones as the founding of the Bauhaus. On what basis did the teachers divide into two groups? That is to say, those who accepted professionalization as their own and those who took a more conservative position. It seems that the decisive factor is general affiliation of the time of their arrival at school. Those here, I would like to ask you to tell us whose bust is this. For that reason, we use this picture here. So we're glad that we managed it. Those who started together with Headmaster Neimer in the 60s tended to put aside the importance of educational work and emphasize above all artistic training and practice. They embodied the continuity of an institution that resisted bureaucratization. Through their activities, they were able to preserve and pass on part of the unwritten rules according to their teaching. The school took place since the establishment. But the barrier between the two groups was not impenetrable. According to Jiří Coufal, art high schools should be taught by graduates of art colleges, but at the same time they should also have additional pedagogic education. After all, like Coufal himself, according to him, the main qualification of a good teacher at an art school was not pedagogical education itself, but mainly long-term experience in the field. It is incompatible with the implementation of the new concept of the teacher to teach young people something that he himself did not do. Practice solving problems and pitfalls that are still common to real life. These are actually the most necessary elements. The teaching that is based only on theory and is not verified by practice, combined with the desire to constantly solve things in new ways, is of no use. Let us return to our central question. Artist or a teacher, we describe the different positions held by two groups that form roughly on a generation basis. One accepted the necessity of adapting pedagogical strategies to the consequences of the change in the age composition of students. The other did not want to compromise on the high artistic requirements. Our thesis is that it was precisely this tension between them that eventually resulted in the position that became characteristic of the School of Arts and Crafts. As a result, the institutional inertia and the transfer of pedagogical strategies from older to younger ones, the school managed to preserve a strong tradition anchored in the interwar period and quality criteria. New pedagogical competencies required by training, but they brought the ability of pedagogues to name the basic principles of this tradition, to describe precisely what they consist of and how to pass them on to pupils. The differences between the teachers lay in the different ideas about the role of the school in the formation of an artist. The view of the older generation, it was still true even in the 1980s, but it only applied at the university level, where the so-called master model prevailed. The school as a secondary school already had a different, more preparatory role. We were at the beginning talk about a decrease in the quality of school work since the 70s. But if we look at them from the perspective of the transformation of pedagogical practice, we will find that it is not a decline. Pupils in the new system were not and could not hand in finished works of art because they were too young, but they developed in all aspects. So what did the systematization and related professionalization of secondary arts and craft school bring to Šuška? Teachers had to think through, compile, submit, and follow lesson plans in class, which undoubtedly took a lot of time and complicated spontaneous reactions to immediate stimuli in classrooms. It deprived them of their mental and time capacities to devote themselves. The teachers acquired the competence to respond to the changes in the age composition and led to a shift away to specialization. Maria Filipová said the teachers should have the heart of a poet and the hand of an artist. They should create better and better works and found satisfaction in their work. And this was the last quote we had, and we thank you for your attention. I would like to add that we used the photographs from the School of Arts and Crafts, Šuška, scanned kindly by their employees. Other presentation is by Markéta Peringerová. She studied at the seminar of the history of art at Masaryk University and then started also studied at the Teachers Training College. And from this point of view, it shows a link to teachers that were at the Shuska. And she will speak about School of Creative Thinking. I will speak about the School of Creative Thinking pedagogic experiment using methods of Bauhaus and action art. What was that School of Artistic Thinking? There were several day courses for non-professional artists held in 1980s. And the head of that project was Igor Zhos, teacher and history of arts teacher. I will speak firstly about the establishment of the school and what was taking place there. The circumstances of the 60s and 70s. Here in the House of Culture, there is an exhibition, The Eloquence of Drawing, called. Together they're called the School of Seeing. In 1961, there was only one exhibition. The two that did not take place were called In Color, and the last one, Light, Space. I will quote the intentions of the author Igor Zhos and Peter Spielmann. We need to show the simple means of expressions, eloquence of drawing, and we must take into account all dimensions, conceive works in such a way that they constitute a true school of seeing. Igor Zhos is a founder of the teaching of mediating the arts, and this is where it started. He wants to explain to viewers how to look at the work of art. The second aspect, much sadder, is that in 1970, Igor Zhos was dismissed from the Teachers Training College for political reasons, and he, in fact, had already submitted his doctoral thesis. All reviews were written, but he did not defend his thesis. He could not speak in public. He could not publish his works. At that time, her friends Jiří Valoch and Jan Beran come to his rescue. They give him job as a lecturer of courses for non-professional artists, first in Blansko. It then became very well known, and he began to work in other centers of culture in different cities. Who was a non-professional artist? There were people who were enthusiastic about working in arts. They were physicians, manually workers, and one Sunday in a month they got together and started creating things. So we started in 1960s when Zhos lost his job at the Teachers Training College, and in 1974 we find in archive these photographs, because once in time, once a year, the members of the courses went to a several-day meeting for the weekend, and they devoted their time to traditional landscape painting. But here you can see that this is not traditional landscape painting at all. This is very not official, and nevertheless, in the archival materials, we can see that he was there because his name is also mentioned there. In the 1980s or 1980, 81 and 82, these courses are called the School of Seeing, School of Vision. In the second half of the 1980s, they are called the schools courses of artistic thinking. They are 5 days long, and the main organizer, official, recognized author is Igor Zhor. The sources of inspiration, there are two teachers from Bauhaus, the director, or the headmaster of School of Arts and Crafts, and John Dewey, American progressive artist. He refers to Dewey very often, and he was inspired by his teaching. The basic idea of John Dewey is a project educator. His main task, learning by doing, project teaching and learning by doing. I will again quote, if I may, because it's a very, very good quote. Do note the different behavior of a boy when, for example, he's making a kite, how he tests the quality or the properties of the word, size, angles, the ratio of the parts, and so on, and comparing them with the behavior of the boy who is doing an objective exercise with a piece of wood, in which the only task is to be used as a teaching subject. He says, note what the motives of the boy are and support him, and explain other implications like the angles and things. So he wants teaching to take place in real life, in everyday life. The preparatory course at Bauhaus that was obligatory from 1920, who wanted to come to Bauhaus, there are three basic heads of the preparatory course. I will not mention Moholy, and we'll start with the last one, who was Josef Albers. He closely cooperated with, or followed by John Dewey. John Dewey wrote his space art experience, and Josef Albers immediately, in the following years, responds to it, writing articles of the same name, underlying the everyday character of and this is a picture of a school of creative thinking, one photograph of Josef Albert's school. It is the final discussion, very important discussion for the expansion of creative thinking. Itten, he was one of the founders of the preparatory course. He very much liked spiritualism. One of the most important things for him was concentration, breathing exercises, moving exercises. The truly loosened arm can be creative, and we see similar exercises being performed here.
Igor Zhor calls this phase reflection, pondering. He also became renowned through contrasts. We have spoken about colors. The contrasts, material contrast included, where the students were walking around and they were collecting various pieces of trash and they were composing them into new objects. And thus they were trying the characteristics of material. These were all studies of various natural material. For a week, they really learning to draw just one object. An important part of Item's teaching was a lecture on old masters. And an important part was also a lecture on old masters with over 100 slides. Josef Vidra, a great admirer of Bauhaus, inspired by these educational methods, and he brought them not only to Bratislava, which created the nickname Bratislava Bauhaus, but also to Brno. In 1928, there is an international congress of drawing and an artistic education and applied graphics, where he has a lecture on creative education and Bauhaus. Igor Zhoř, we've already seen this book today, and Igor Zhoř focused on the history of art schools in Brno and the School of Applied Arts. Later on, he follows up on this by a publication focused on teachers, and the photograph links it today from the 70th anniversary of the School of Applied Arts, where he lectures, where Igor Zhoř lectures. When we bring all these inspirational sources and circumstances together, we get the School of Artistic Thinking. Sometimes they were even 5-day-long courses. Once a year, there was a public tender, or sort of like an exam period for those who wanted to enroll with a specifically defined topic. And the inspiration mainly focused on land art, body art, action art, things that were really on the edge of the arts. In general, it was rather hidden at that time. As I mentioned about the first phase of the pondering, it also recalls items, education. Igor Zhoř calls it examination of feeling and feeling with the material. I will be skipping from one picture to the next because we'll be showing now what pieces of art or served as inspiration. Igor Zhoř usually took them away from what has already been created, and the course participants tried these things, and he taught them what it was about through learning by doing. The first photograph follows up on Bauhaus, the triadic ballet of Oskar Schlemmer, the black and white part, which the course attendees could actually try at the School of Artistic Thinking. They also tried empaquetage, which has made Christoph famous. However, they were not wrapping an object, but one of the course attendees who also was subject to anthropometry by Yves Klein. There was fumage. There were also other events such as happenings by Alan Kaprov, where instead of tires, they collected chairs from the local pub, and they were created various objects and pyramids. They tried various land art exercises, and of course also works of local artists such as Zorka Ságová, who was really a favorite because we have balls being thrown into a lake, but also nappies placed on a meadow, and also another piece of art imitating an artist who used condoms, but the students used balloons. There were other objects that were used, such as gloves or shoes, that were then placed into other contexts, which served as inspiration with paintings called traps. This is an inspiration by material contrasts, where they took the artificial material, such as shoes, transformed into other objects, working with natural materials, and even the photographs at the bottom shows a return to the works of Johannes Item and his material exercises. These are other contrasts, size-wise, where students tried to create shoes which were approximating the size of a car.
To je to uvolňování paží, malování oběma rukama a zase inspirace Johannese Itemem, který toto cvičení měl ve velké oblibě. Jeden z posledních ukázek té inspirace je potom tady nějaké psychodrama s proměnami vlastní tváře, kdy se kurzisté různě pomalovali, chodili potom takhle i po těch vlastně vesnicích, těch malinkatých městech, kde se ty kurzy probíhaly, takže to mohlo být poměrně velmi zábavné. A poslední třeba body artové cvičení inspirované Margitou Titlovou. Poslední slide potom tak nějak dořekne, jak to celé skončilo. Igor Zhoř se vrátil na pedagogickou fakultu hned po revoluci a zakládá předmět akční tvorba, kde všechny ty zkušenosti ze školy výtvarného myšlení, kdy tam...
He starts the subject action and he brings these topics to the university and he works with students further. So all those exercises that he used in these free courses, he uses with students in projects, for example, from 6th to 9th grade even. But the exercise with gloves and creating them into different contexts can be found in these work books. So there's been a bridge created from periods when hardly anyone has heard about these activities. Igor Zhoř has worked and practiced all of these activities and techniques with the non-professional students, and then he could use these at the university. And this is all from me. Thank you for your attention. Nevím. At this point, I would like to ask Wojciech Merz, who also graduated his PhD at Umprum, and today he teaches at the Academy of Arts in Prague. And among other things, he's also a non-professional artist who was nominated to receive the Chalupecký Award. And his topic is socialization through art on the Brno School of Racial and Aesthetics. Thank you for the introduction, and my predecessors who have opened wide the door that I'll try to break into. As you can see, I titled my paper Socialization Through Art Towards the Brno School of Relation Aesthetics. I would like to have another comment. I will speak about some people who are perhaps present here. So I do apologize in advance. I hope you will forgive me in some perhaps partial disinterpretation, or perhaps about speaking about their works only marginally. The French critic and curator Nicolas Bourriot came up with the concept of relational aesthetics in 1997 in an attempt to describe the artistic production of the time, which focused on the production of intersubjective relations rather than the production of artifacts. I will refer to relational aesthetics here in the most vague sense. I do not want to reassess the category in question, and I do not want to discuss the specificity of its local variant. On the other hand, I will ask this question. Is it legitimate to speculate on the importance that the institution in question had for the future creation? Did or does Shushka provide the conditions for developing the sociological imagination and pedagogical sensitivity that some of the school's graduates have? I will also be interested in asking whether it's legitimate, and did the school provide these conditions? And can such approaches retrospectively point to the defining of the often neglected art educational significance of art education? These are the questions that I will try to answer in the course of my paper. When it comes to art education, a most remarkable, albeit often difficult element to grasp is presented by what has been described in the long tradition of art education as kinesthetic thinking, which has been described later on in slightly more abstract but more concrete terms of contemporary art education as artistic thinking, or which has been developed in the Moravian milieu as art thinking, which we've just heard. By the latter example, I'm of course referring to Igor Zhoř's School of Artistic Thinking, which can be considered the spirit of Brno artistic education. And if he was such a spirit originally in the sense of spiritus agents, today he remains one in the most spectral sense of surviving and, I believe, living legacy. In 1968, Zhoř wrote in his account of the history of art education in Brno, not only dedicated to Šuška, the school. I apologize for some longer quotations. Despite the predictive-sounding claim that no one can teach art, the role of art schools is not limited to training in craft and technical skills. The influence of the school manifests itself in several forms and levels. More indirectly, it is stimulated by the formative example of the teacher. The pupils are more strongly influenced by the teacher's working method, and the most lasting influence is exerted by the creative ethos, the view of the artist's life mission and social role. This persists in their consciousness the longest and remains effective even after the two have parted. And further, the school, however, does not consist only of the relationship between teacher and pupil, equally stimulating are the relationships of students with each other, the atmosphere of collective individual studios, of informing the intellectual basis of entire generations. They can be described as the spiritual base of the school. They provide the developing talents with the conditions for inner maturation and the opportunity for confrontation, sorting of opinions. End of quote. And I would like to go directly to another quote by Zhoř, which was published in Slovakia in 1970. Zhoř didn't only speak about art education and aesthetic education, but also in a broader context than the school on the socialization of art, he reveals. This is the cover of the book, and that's what I'll be quoting from. I quote, "Among the few attempts to characterize European art of the last 8 decades, there are almost always ideas that one of its significant features is its little connection with the audience, sometimes described directly as a disconnection from the perceiver, especially from the so-called consumer masses. Some writers characterize this disconnection as a rupture, others even as an abyss. Almost all of them, however, agreed that this state of affairs is unhealthy, that it is a negative phenomenon for which the correction must be sought. However, the search is not easy. We call this effort the socialization of art. It is a comprehensive term for many efforts that lead to the socialization of art in the broadest strata of the population."
According to Zhoř, the socialization of art is not the same as popularization of art or art education. Zhoř says that modern art is increasingly becoming professional activity. In this sense, the socialization of art was supposed to represent a counterweight to its advancing specialization. In Zhoř's words, the perception of art, generally speaking, becomes a qualified activity that requires a certain kind of preparation. When he then asks about the function of art in society, he represents art as a unique form of social consciousness that is realized in the form of art, and at the same time affects the entire society. This is where he derives his conviction that the special usefulness of artists is that, the special usefulness of an artist. In spite of the contemporary language, Zhoř anticipated artistic tendencies by more than 3 years, which since the 1990s become associated with already mentioned relational aesthetics and with the useful art, or art utile. This useful art is different in nature from applied art, which is traditionally associated with various craft techniques. It is also connected with the secondary works, schools of arts. For example, Lada Hubatová-Vacková wrote in 1984, learning about crafts awakens the distinctive creative ability of pupils, and the result should be independent work with a certain personal contact and social useful art. I've chosen only one quote, which are very often repeated. So this useful art, on the other hand, wants to apply artistic thinking to transform social behavior rather than the socialization of art. We should speak not only about socialization through art. This is not only bringing art and society together as two separate areas. The point is that art is recognized and applied as a means of shaping a certain society or a certain community. But let's go back to Šuřek. This is the celebration of the 70th anniversary with Ms. Horst. The man standing next to him is the second headmaster of Šuřka after the Velvet Revolution. I can't say much about Zhoř's direct influence on this school. I don't want to speculate too much about the indirect one. Peter Heimann, director of the school between 1990 and 1991, called Zhoř, in a non-pejorative sense, an ideologist of Šuřka. According to Heimann's successor, Pavel Lufer, the students at the secondary art school should above all master the material, master the craft, and be happy, while the Zhořian conceptual thinking and the idea that art is everything should be kept until for possible university studies. In the second half of 1990s, the photo album is preserved in the Šuřka's archive with picture depicting exercises reminiscent of the School of Visual Arts, as we have seen just now. I can't say very much about these photos. Perhaps somebody might recognize him herself. The fact remains, however, that a number of personalities pass through Šuřka who can be considered leading representatives of the mentioned tendency. The two female artists on whom I will focus in particular have been among the most prominent figures of the domestic art scene for 2 decades. I will represent them only briefly. Barbora Klimová was born in 1977. She studied at Šuřka between 1991 and 1991, toy and decorative object creation. After graduation, she applied unsuccessfully to Vladimír Kokolia at Academy of Fine Arts in Prague between 1998 and 2004. She graduated successfully from the Faculty of Fine Arts at Brno Technical University in Brno. In 2006, she won the Jindřich Chalupecký Prize. Kateřina Šedá was also born in 1977. She studied between 1995 to 1999. She studied scientific illustration and drawing at Šuřka. After graduation, she successfully applied to Vladimír Kokolia at the Academy of Fine Arts in Prague, where she graduated in 2005. She won the Jindřich Chalupecký Award in 2005. These summaries are almost caricature, but I wanted to mention them because you might discern some similarities. In spite of these similarities, the abbreviated presentation underlines certain biographical similarities, and I will hope that we will be able to draw some common features. I have a couple of slides here about works of the two female artists. We do not need to rely only on them. They would not be exhaustive anyhow. Barbara Klimová focuses in her artistic work on various specific communities where she is primarily interested in a certain experience and possibly the reviving it through the establishment of a relationship. At the same time, it focuses on groups defined, for example, by belonging to the local art scene or given generation or shared life experience. Sheda works with the residents of various defined areas, from her own family to villages, housing estates and cities or states, and often paints a picture of normality, straddling typical and the non-stereotypical. Both artists use procedures parallel to sociological, ethnographic, oral historical, and art historical methods. In this respect, Klimova's work is closer to artistic research. Sheda usually gives up distance in favor of a certain intervention. If the two artists calculate with their cultural capital and that of their collaborators, they make different transactions. Sheda resorts to a kind of social engineering. Klimova does not abandon the dialogical situation. In both approaches, art is shown to be a means of knowledge, namely knowledge of a special kind. It offers an insight into social relations, not only as they are, but as they could be. Sheda turns to the immediate future, which may or may not occur. Klimova is more interested in the uneven seepage of the past into the present. Relational aesthetics or sociological imagination, therefore, have significant cognitive value. The work of both artists is characterized by fundamental pedagogical dimensions. It is appropriate to recall the non-utilitarian pedagogy that Josef Zdeněk and Blahoslav Rozbořin worked on. They graduated from Šuška in 1980. They proposed the non-utilitarian pedagogy opposed to reductively rationalistic concept of education as preparation for life. One of its intentions was to put students in situations that will destroy all the so-called positive myths, disrupt their idea of the world, so that their minds are freed to accept new myths of their own. With their performative lectures and unlearned exercises, Zdeněk and Rozbořil anticipated the artistic endeavors later referred to as pedagogical projects. It thus stands at the beginning of a local genealogy of similarly focused tendencies. In addition to the long-term work of Igor Zhoř, and partly as a follow-up to them, it was their work that contributed to the fact that Brno circuit can be considered the original scene of the educational turn in contemporary Czech art. Klimova herself considers herself an adept of non-utilitarian pedagogy, which she came across during her studies at FAVU, where Zdeněk and Rozbořil taught a subject called social art. This apparently applies more to the level of ideological starting point than particular procedures. When Klimova examines the issue of generalized relations, she often turns to her former teachers, Zdeňko and Rozbořil including. She then approaches them from a certain artistic research or cultural position. Sheda, on the other hand, usually does not explicitly refer to the pedagogic situation. It is, however, generally possible to situate pedagogical action on the axis between manipulation and emancipation. It is perhaps no coincidence that both are attributed to Sheda. Her ambition is then close to artistic projects connected with the pedagogical turn, that is to say, to help the creation of a community that would not be formed on the basis of shared identity, but on the basis of shared curiosity. Last but not least, both artists are united by a perception effort to blur the boundaries of art, while Sheda tries to include in her projects actors. Klimova, who usually targets the insiders, questions what an artistic performance can or should actually consist of. In both cases, but differently, the relationship between amateurism and professionalism in the field of art is being revised. In this connection, one cannot fail to refer again to the school of visual thought, which addressed untrained artists and thus explored a similar boundary in different contexts. On the other hand, one could consider the unique experience of the studying at the secondary art school, or rather the specific status of graduates of these institutions. After the 4 years of training, their artistic identity showed to be quite unstable, as Zdeněk recalled in his interview with Barbara Klimova. By graduating from a high school of art, we lost the exceptional status that belongs to it through us. We have again become amateur artists again. Career conditions for artists have since changed, as have official standards, yet they remain precarious. Therefore, not even a successful graduation from an art school, and even more so from a secondary art school, is no guarantee of irreversible artistic professionalism. To get back to the original question, could Šuška environment help shape the artistic approaches described above, and possibly how? We can probably safely answer the first question in the affirmative. It could. If we close the folk schools of art, high school studies represented the first systematic contact with the artistic practice for the artistic mentioned above. However, the more pressing question remains how specifically Šuška could help the development of relational or pedagogical artistic sensibility. I believe that such question cannot be answered very well. If we consider the number of graduates of this school who did not make a name for themselves in the field of relational aesthetics, no straightforward conditioning comes into play. Although it is probably not appropriate to talk about coincidences, it is even less possible to talk about necessity. For that reason, we should not force ourselves into speculative genealogies and try to turn the whole thing round. So let's not ask how Šuška could have influenced the approaches in question, but what stimuli do these approaches provide for Šuška? How can they say that about art education, and what they can say about art education between the Moravia, Manchester, and the Bronx, Brno? And what lessons does it offer? Thank you for your attention. Thank you, sir, very much for this very convincing speculation. And now I would like to ask the speakers of this last section, Markéta Peringerová, Ms. Rolova and Lomova, to come here so that we can ask questions. Markéta Peringerová has to apologize because she has to leave. She's got a baby. Yeah. Now, what questions do we have? As a graduate who graduated from Šuška in '74, I would like to say something on the topic presented here by the ladies, Ms. Rolova and Lomova. I was a child that came to Šuška from the 8th grade, and there were 44 of us in that class. 10 were as old as I was. The rest were from 14 to 19 years old, because there were many people after apprentice training. So in each specialization, there were 1 or 2 people who were more or less adults. And as far as the approach of teachers to us, the younger ones, the teachers did not have to deal with any differences. The problem was in mathematics. Those who came from the 9th grade could follow on with the training, but we came there from the 8th grade, so we had to catch up with them. Ms. Balcarková complained that it was a problem because she had to combine the two different approaches, and she was accustomed to start with the 9th graders.
What was a large problem, though, was that many students were actually commuting, or they were from long distances and they lived in a dorm, and the students had to deal with some bullying in the dorms because the younger students were not permitted to go out in the evening, and when they had to share the dorm with some of the young, skinny 14-year-olds, they were afraid themselves. However, those who came in at 14 and then graduated at 18, they did not have any roof over them, and during the first unsuccessful attempt to get a job, they basically went for anything afterwards if they were not successful. So out of 44, only 10 from my class actually focus only on art. And I think that's the main result of accepting young students. Those who came after vocational schools, they've also actually returned to their vocation because it was simpler for them. And a director who saw an 18-year-old graduate of Šuška, then they perhaps didn't trust such people to provide some sort of ripe artistic result. And the main problem was here in Brno that there was no University of Art or Academy of Arts, which was only formed in the 1990s, and therefore the direct involvement of the young graduates after A-levels did not really happen. So that's my comment of graduate. Thank you very much for your comments. The level of what it meant for the fresh graduate is very interesting. We encountered the fact where you mentioned that you were the entrant of 1984, and that after the anniversary of the school, there was a different requirement or request for students. The ministry has actually decreased the numbers, and after that, there was so much demand compared to the number of students who were actually leaving the school. So I don't know if Johanna wants to compliment what I said. I would just like to ask, perhaps, I would like to ask Wojciech. I liked the paper, and I will gladly read it again. You speak about the relational aesthetics. Do you think that perhaps this would be good? Also, thanks to the longevity of the educational system, and we know that even Bedřich Václavek wrote about the societal role of art. So is the link to this an element when explaining Zhoř and linking to someone local or another actor who presented the discussion, whether it would be worth more attention or discussion? Yes, I do think so. The contextualization in the global context was the aim of changing or turning the perspective inwards. By mentioning Barbora Klímová or Kateřina Šedá, I mentioned some explicit Bauhaus line, but similar lines of influence could actually be multiplied. On the other hand, I wanted to sort of doubt this sort of hereditary system or make it a bit more problematic, because Kateřina Šedá mentioned when she speaks about copying, where copying is a basic mechanism in art and in art education too. And in my opinion, it's very difficult to monitor how it takes place. So by bridging the contexts that are distant geographically or graphically, I wanted to sort of break the idea of a transfer. I don't know, I'm not sure if I sent you some notes from the lessons of Alena Konečná, which begin by a dictated, very sociological look at art. It's an interesting phenomenon. I think perhaps it could be interesting to look at it closer. If I could add what I called sociological imagination is something that I see as a specific characteristic of this relational aesthetic. This was a sort of a draft, and the shift from socialization to art to socialization by art, I wanted to present this shift, where I'd say that in the original sense, it was aimed at a utopia of the whole society, where art can be accessible to anyone, or that was the perception, whereas in my case, these are sort of microtopias, which is a term which Bourdieu uses, which presents a sort of temporary, locally dependent art. I wanted to ask, linking to the paper about Igor Zhoř, you mentioned John Dewey as an inspirational source. I focused on audio creation and perception of literature and drama in the radio, and I didn't find any way that this work would have been translated into Czech. And I don't know if this was an inspiration for the teaching. And I haven't come across his approaches being known internationally. So did Igor Zhoř, do you think Igor Zhoř really seek out the material by Dewey? He was extraordinarily well read, and he is extraordinarily linguistically equipped. He spoke 3 different languages, at least 3 foreign languages anyway, and he had many friends abroad, where all of the happenings were reaching him through these directions. At that time, this sort of contemporary art, there are only very few people, but he knew everything to the smallest detail, and I think his friends and the breadth of his awareness and knowledge were the cause. I would just like to add that in the interwar period, they knew Dewey, and Václav Příhoda went to the US for a long time, and because he wanted to apply Dewey's theory in education here. Vidra also knew him, but I can't say whether they were just some translations, some partial translations that were published in the Pedagogical Outlook magazine or something else? I have questions for Veronika and Johanka. Perhaps it goes beyond your research spectrum, but I will still ask. Was there any continuity between the interwar period and the post-war years in the definition of education at art schools, or did it go through some reform between 1945-48? Because when you mentioned that in the 1950s there was an emphasis on the technicality of art education, was that the case? I can speak about the 1970s and 80s. The centralization was gradual. The secondary school, the schools of art, maintained a large level of individuality. And only in the 1970s and 80s, they gradually were subject to centralized prescription and definition of curricula and content of these schools of applied arts. And the archival documents that we found mentioned the complaints on the curriculum were linking to the idea that the curricula were more free, then the teachers and the students had more freedom in composing and informing what it meant to be a graduate of a school of art. But perhaps my colleague will add something to the older period. Between 1945-48, in the first phase, the changes really focused on the whole system of opening the schools to a larger number of students. And only then, I think, they started to focus on the micro level of curricular content. But perhaps my colleagues might correct me in focusing it's probably based on the more disintegrated system of secondary schools, which was described by my colleagues before us, by our predecessors, where the schools had various character, various connections, various aims, various connections to various companies who defined the aims of the schools. Thank you for the answers and discussion. And now we're going to move to the long-expected performance. Are we going to have a small break? Okay, in 5 minutes, we'll see you back here.
17:05.